Okay, we're live.
Okay, good evening, everyone. This is Cesar Manfredi, Chairman of the Planning Board, and we have with us Mike Smith, Dan McKellicott, Laurie Davidowitz, and Kevin Thurman, in addition to the village engineer, the village attorney, and the building inspector for the village. And I think I covered that, and Sarah, the secretary who will handle the gatekeeping for this evening. I'd like to announce that the trustees appointed officially Laurie Davidowitz permanent seat on the planning board, so she's no longer an alternate. Mike Pafulko is the sole alternate now and would be available if anybody is recused or otherwise cannot attend. Sarah, all taxes taken care of?
Yes.
And the minutes for October 6th are going to be delayed. They're not going to be done tonight. I understand that they're still under review. Mary Ann?
I never got them.
Oh, maybe they're still being prepared.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be my guess, yeah.
They're still being prepared.
All right, and I forgot to mention that if anybody is not from Irvington, the Halloween night happening was truly a happening. And if you're not from Irvington and you didn't attend, I suggest you attend next year because it was just outstanding. Anyway, the lineup for this evening's applications. Number one will be Marvera, Castle Road. That's 2021-27. Number two will be 18 Meadowbrook Road. That's 2021-36. There's 13 applications, so if you're interested, like in 8 or 7, pay attention to the numbers, so you may not want to listen until you get to the number you're interested in. As I said, number 2 is 18 Meadowbrook Road, 2021-36. Number 3 is 1 Hudson Road West, that's 2021-29. Number 4 is 39 Fargo Lane, that's 2021-21. Number 5 is 50 Half Moon Lane, that's 2021-20. Number 6 is 23 Hudson Avenue, 2021-19. Number 7, 2 Ardsley Avenue East, 2021-15. Number 8 is 100 North Mountain Drive, better known as the Ardsley Country Club. That's 2021-38. Number 9 is 61 Butterwood Lane West, 2021-37. Number 10 is 39 Matheson Park, 2021-35. Number 11 is 2 Clifton Place, 2021-26. Number 12 is 84 Fargo Lane, 2021-40. And number 13 is 59 Havermeyer Road, 2021-39. Going back to number 1, that would be Marvera on Castle Road. Do we have an applicant?
Yes, we do.
Caesar, while you're waiting, you might want to point out that the planning board did take a site walk of it.
And that's the first thing I'm going to mention.
Oh, okay, when he's on, okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, David. We see you.
Good to see
And
you.
first off, I want to thank you and your consultants and landowner for the very productive site visit that we made on the 23rd Saturday. It was very informative to see the property lines and the explanations that were presented. So with that said, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. David Steinmetz from the law firm of Zarin and Steinmetz here this evening representing Marvera Corp. and Mark Aduzzi. And as the chair started with the sidewalk, I too was planning on starting and thanking you, Mr. Chairman, and all of the board members, as well as your staff. As you indicated, we did conduct a site inspection for about 10 days ago for about an hour and a half. It was rather extensive, and we believe it was illuminating for our team and hopefully for the planning board to really get out there and see the issues up close that we've been talking about. I'm joined tonight by my client, Mark Aduzzi from Marvera, by Jim Anacarico from Cronin Engineering, our project engineer, my colleague, Casey Brenner, and two new members who were not present at the last planning board meeting, Lucille Munns from JMC John Meyer Consulting, Engineering and Planning, and Steve Marino from Tim Miller Associates. One of the reasons our client retained Lucille Munns and Steve Marino was specifically to address some of the critical environmental sensitivity issues that have been raised by the board and by the public, specifically regarding setbacks, buffers, etc. I am here tonight not to rehash the extensive presentation we made last time, but to summarize it in a couple of sentences. First, we're here tonight in connection with subdivision approval and limited site development plan approval. I know we've gotten a lot of comments from members of the public that may not realize that no specific house is proposed. My client is not applying for, as the board knows, final site development plan approval. That is a separate process in Irvington that will be handled at a later date when a house and associated amenities and improvements are designed. In addition, I also want to remind the board and the public that this site was approved some 40 years ago for 14 townhouses, 2 tennis courts, 28 parking spaces, community parking, community amenities, and it was all done at the same time my client donated Halsey Pond Park to the Village of Irvington. So with that having been said, where are we? Since we met with your board, we have had an opportunity, and we appreciate the time that your staff and your outside consultants have given to this application. We've reviewed the correspondence and communication from the members of the public, and we have also paid close attention to the comments we received from your board at the last meeting and the issues that were identified during the site inspection. Tonight, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we would like to cover the buffers that my client is proposing associated with the subdivision and limited site development plan approval and why. We'd like to talk about the setbacks of potential improvements. As you know, we have referred to some of these setback areas as primary building areas. That's where the house would go. And secondary or accessory building areas where other improvements like a patio, a deck, a pool, associated things of that nature. We also specifically are going to have Lucille Munns and Steve Marino address the critical issues of landscaping and improvements that can be designed both to prevent visual impacts, both from our client's property to the public areas of the pond and from the public areas of the pond and walkways into the site, as well as the filter strip and the nutrient removal concept that we believe can be implemented with appropriate species of plantings Steve Marino is going to address. And finally, and I hope I can nip this one in the bud, we spent a while last time talking about restrictions on this property. We are more than happy to continue to work with the village and with the village attorney to arrive at that. And despite the fact that I argued somewhat vociferously at the last meeting against a conservation easement, because we do believe we can accomplish the same restrictions in a declaration of easements and restrictive covenants, my client is willing to grant a conservation easement that's agreed upon. We appreciate the comments that we received from Mr. Kerr and the Land Trust. We've reviewed his materials, and we agree that it is more prudent and safer for the village. I would hope that the conservation easement that our neighbors at 34 Lewis Road, the Devons property, recently received when they got their house site recently approved by your board, we're envisioning something akin to that conservation easement, and I thank staff for providing a copy of that conservation easement. That concludes my opening comments. I want to hand it off now to Lucille Munns, who has spent a great deal of time giving some thought to the buffers and how we can handle that. And then Steve Marino is going to talk a little bit about the wetland protection and the filter strip and the species and how he thinks we can handle that as well. Lucille, if it's appropriate to turn this over to you, I'd like you to take it from here.
Sure. Thank you, David. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lucille Munns. I'm a senior landscape architect with JMC out of Armonk. And so I would just like to review what we talked about in the field pretty much, but also wanted to let you know that Steve Marino and I actually went out to the site together yesterday and had a collaborative discussion on the buffer species and how it could be dovetailed together, both from an environmental and screening standpoint. As we were in the last, through our walkthrough, we did talk about, the change in elevation difference, and that using boulders in key locations, raising the elevation a little bit higher, and then planting it with native shrubs and trees does two things. One, creates this buffer strip for the environmental concerns that folks have and to protect the pond. But at the same time, it also provides adequate screening as you look up into the property. And the thought process being that we would use native deer-resistant material as best we can. And that would be shrub massing and create, again, screening, but keep the wooded feel that's there. It's also important to note, especially when Steve and I visited the site together, and we all spoke about that in the field during our site walk, there's extensive invasive species in that area along the trail. A lot of Norway maples, a lot of dead pines, dying pines, hazardous material, with numerous amounts of vines. And so a lot of the plant material that's within the buffer presently is compromised and not in good condition. So one thing, what also Steve and I talked about briefly, was also invasive species mitigation, removal of those invasive species, this thereby allowing us to plant properly with native species. So it's a combination of placing boulders in key locations, berming it up, and filling in certain areas, and then planting on the slope down and on the top of where the rocks would be, with understory trees and with shrubs. And the other thing I just thought I'd mention too is that this also would be taking place on the trail into the property as well, which was a less of a buffer area. And we did talk about the naughty word of fence, but we talked about where that possibly could be in relative to the terms of the property line and setback, and still maintain a proper buffer. Steve, I don't know, you want to jump in?
Before we turn it over to Steve, I just want to, despite the fact that Lucille may either half in jest or not consider it a naughty word, the word fence is something that does need to be discussed. Fences are allowed under the Devon's conservation easement, as I pointed out to the board, and no fence would ever be installed on any lot without there being an approval by the board as part of final site development plan approval. We pointed out to the board that historically there was and there is a fence on these lots. In part, it's obviously in complete disrepair. And I think the chair knows we stated categorically on the site walk that there is no question that at no time would some white vinyl fence that would be noxious to the folks who reside on these wonderful lots in the future, as well as to the community, ever be installed. So that's a given. No one is going to install a fence there if they ever did, other than something that's tasteful, appropriate, and has a function to protect animals and to keep the public off the property. That having been said, I want to make one last comment before I turn it over to Steve. I neglected to make this in the opening comment. In conversing with the village attorney prior to the meeting, we learned and realized that there may have been some confusion or inconsistency in terms of the Lot 1 side access setback. There is no intention for there to be a house location closer than 40 feet to that trail, unless at some point in the future, the planning board were to decide, based upon topography, landscaping, house design, you felt differently. So to the extent that we had a primary structure that seemed to go all the way up to the 25-foot buffer, that was not the intention. We had spent a great deal of time, as the board knows, shifting lot lines to the west, shifting driveways to the west to allow Marvera to potentially have house sites that are further away from that access. So again, our apology if there was some confusion there. Stephen, and
There's not
Well,
really
we-
confusion. Are you gonna correct the drawing?
of
Right.
course,
Okay,
yes, yeah, we're going to
Okay.
correct the drawing as I thought I said that was an error. That's why we were pointing it out. We're
Okay.
going to correct that. And as long as it's clear that the exact language we all know has to still be finalized in terms of what is a primary structure, what is an accessory improvement or structure, and providing the planning board with the flexibility in the future should it decide to modify that. The only reason I say that is you're asking, and my client is willing to impose zoning setbacks on his property through limited site development plan approval that do not apply to anyone else in this zoning district. He's willing to do that voluntarily as a concession and an environmental benefit. But should we learn in the future that somebody has a better idea, your board should have the authority to restore otherwise permissible zoning constraints. So with that, Steve, if you would help us understand what we can do in these buffers to ensure the protection of Halsey Pond, which my client's dad made sure was going to be done when he imposed restrictive covenants on Halsey Pond 40 years ago. And we also want to make sure, Steve, that you can help us understand how we help buffer the future homeowners on Lot 1.
Before you go further, it would be helpful while you're discussing the buffers and locations, if the site plan were up on the screen.
Somebody with more technological capability than I is going to share screen.
I mean, I've been waiting all this time and no one's going to be able to see my face when I'm speaking.
we see you, Steve. You look great.
Hello, Mary Ann, how are you?
Good. Long time no see.
Yes, really. By way of
Mark or Jim, I
introduction-
hope you're, I hope
Am I
you're
sharing
sharing.
that? I didn't know if Sarah was doing it, so
Maybe Jim, you
Jim
can do it.
can do it.
I'll do it. Yeah.
By way of introduction,
Thank you.
I'm Steve Marino. I'm principal and senior wetland scientist at Tim Miller Associates. I've been in the business now over 30 years. I've worked for the EPA. I've worked for New York City DEP, and for the last 25 years with Tim Miller Associates. I've done numerous projects as in terms of wetland and buffer restorations, wetland construction, all through southeastern New York State. As Mary Ann and Ed know, for a time I served as the Village of Irvington's wetland consultant and reviewed a number of projects with them. And as Doug knows, I've worked with Han Engineering a number of times over the years. So we're a relatively small community. We all know each other. In terms of the buffers, now my interest and the reason I was brought in was to look at this issue of water quality to Halsey Lake primarily, and what can be done between the development areas as they're laid out and the lake, the water edge itself. Certainly on the park property itself, currently there's approximately a 40-foot wide strip of grass that's maintained periodically, but it's very dense and growing very well. And right at the water's edge, there's a very good natural vegetation that's growing. So that serves a significant purpose in filtering stormwater that comes off the current property as well as the path that runs through the park. Beyond that, onto the Marvera property, there's an additional 40 to 50 feet of available area for a filter strip, landscape treatment combination. Again, my specialty is in the water quality aspect. Certainly, when you're dealing with primarily water quality off of a developed area that isn't impervious, so we're talking about lawns and garden type areas, accessory uses on a property, anything above 25 to 40 feet is an excellent, I mentioned this in my submission, is an excellent filter strip for uptake.
Steve,
of
I just want to
nutrients.
interrupt you for a second. Jim's
Sure.
screen is not sharing a document right now. We're
Really?
not seeing anything.
Yeah, I see that same note.
Jim, if you're having difficulty, please let us know, and either Mark,
I can,
Casey.
it's sharing on my end, but okay.
No,
And you've
none of
dis-
us are getting it.
Yeah, you've disappeared as well, Jim.
I don't know, I was gonna say, I don't see you moving.
Yeah, I think I had this problem the last time. So
Yeah,
Mark,
so
I may have to come back into the meeting because I think it's kicking me out.
Um,
Don't know why. Apologize.
Yeah, it would be helpful certainly to see that 40, 50-foot strip
Sure.
there.
Yeah.
I
I've
think
got
you
a
can
quote.
continue while
Okay,
he's trying to do it.
Yes, I'll do that. So certainly Lucille and I. walked the
Distinguish
property.
between the 40 and the extra 10, if you would.
Sure, the 40 is what's currently shown as the forested buffer along the southern part of the property line. And then there's been some discussion and that occurred before I was involved regarding an additional 10 feet of non-developable area, an area not to be used for one of the secondary uses that's described on the plan. So that before you get to the situation where you're have a maintained lawn area, swimming pool, whatever kinds of accessory structures might go in there, there's actually a 50-foot strip between the rear property line and the accessory use. So that's the 50 feet. The 40 feet, I guess, is what we're currently showing as being the forest restoration filter strip kind of buffer
Now,
provided along that. There we go.
All right.
And Jim, if you could just, is it Jim that has it now?
No, it's
Oh,
me.
David. David, can you just zoom in down there on that portion just so we can differentiate between the, there you go. Okay, so as I was describing, there's a approximately 40 to 50-foot grass strip on the park property sloping down towards the lake. There's the 8 to 10-foot wide gravel driveway. There's another 5 feet or so of mismanaged or unmanaged vegetation along on the park property. And then you get to the 40-foot rear buffer as we're showing it on the subject property. That first 10 to 15 feet is quite steep. Once you get to the top of that, then it's flat. It flattens out on the subject parcels. Lots 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's 40 foot. Okay.
That's 40 feet. And then there's the additional 10-foot area, Mr. Manfredi, you can see there's that additional 10 feet between the buffer line and the accessory building area.
Right, that's the vegetative strip.
That in my mind, that becomes part of a larger vegetated strip, because I see the 40-foot buffer as also a vegetated strip that with Lucille and I working together with native plantings, both in all three, the on the ground cover, in the canopy, and in the shrub layer in between, could provide a great deal of nutrient uptake in that area and filtering of any
Steve-
stormwater that's.
Steve, if
Just
you
for
would,
the
Steve, if you
purpose
would,
of a visual, that between the accessory blacked out area and the 40-foot area, we should show that as an actual 10-foot strip graphically, so that.
If I may, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's Mark Caduzzi, the applicant. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Manfredi. Just in terms of what Steve's talking about now, what we were looking to do and propose is kind of what we went over when we had the site walk. And my thinking is that we can accomplish from a functional standpoint and an aesthetic standpoint with the 40 feet, excuse me. And, would respectfully like to request that stays as the 40 feet. And we can accomplish that based on what you will hear from Steve and Lucille, and then perhaps the additional specificity that we put on things for the next meeting. But that 10 feet, beyond the 40-foot strip, to me, that is just a setback where nothing happens in terms of secondary building area. I would respectfully request that we can accomplish the vegetative strip and the filtering and the protection of the pond within the 40 feet. And I'll let Steve talk about how that can be accomplished. But just to clarify, from my perspective, my hope is that we can accomplish it in that same 40-foot footprint.
Well, there's nothing in that 10 feet now because the accessory box is 10 feet away from the 40 feet. So if we show it as a 10-foot shaded area for select vegetation, you're not losing anything because it's not part of the accessory box right now.
Well, I guess from my perspective, the way I was thinking about it, I understand what you're saying is that while nothing would be built there, it would be nice for the future property owners to be able to use that part of, the backyard, if you will, And from the 40-foot mark toward the property line, toward the pond, any vegetative filter strips would be accomplished through what is proposed, and you will get to review next month. Maybe Steve, if you jump in and say what you can do with that 40-foot, so that, you know, the board can hear what could be accomplished with that, within that, having a vegetative strip, whether it's a strip or it's part of the overall planting within the 40 feet.
Sure, and I think
Well,
that's,
we'll certainly listen, but
yeah.
I'm not sure about it. We'll wait, we'll listen and get the opinion of the rest of the board.
Thank you.
Sounds good. So you can see on the plan there, then the 100-foot buffer line from the edge of the lake. And certainly in most situations, and almost all situations that I've ever dealt with, 100 feet is considered to be more than adequate for the sole function of filtering stormwater as it leaves the site.
Where does
Generally,
the 100 feet end, Steve? Where's the northern point of the 100 foot?
right there, I would say
The
probably,
tip of the arrow?
yes, it looks like it's about 15 feet in from the edge of the rear buffer there. So
Okay,
really, in essence, what we're looking at is a 115-foot buffer to the lake rather than a 100-foot buffer to the lake. By preserving that rear buffer forested area, you know, we're extending the 100-foot buffer to about 115 feet. Certainly, before the next meeting, Lucille and I will come up with a typical cross-section kind of plan, some kind of a layout showing what kind of plantings and in what kind of a scheme they could be installed in the property. Certainly, from my point of view, we want large size herbaceous plants in that low area. That's the area that's most important right now in terms of filtering stormwater off the site. We want to make sure that that's filtering through dense grasses, wildflower meadow, that kind of thing. And there's also some, as Lucille mentioned, there's the idea of placing some rocks in good areas for part of the visual impact from the site. And what that also will do is create small pockets of essentially a rain garden in that area that will slow the water down before it gets down into the over the property line and into the lake.
And
Certainly
Steve, if I
anything we
may,
can do-
Steve, if
anything
I
we can do
may,
to slow water down as it's leaving the site is beneficial. Go ahead, David.
Steve, if I may, one of the things that you explained to me that I'd like you to explain to the board is how, and this may address the chairman's question about whether the filter strip needs to be in or not in the 40 feet. You explained to me the importance of having the filter strip in this 40-foot buffer, because once it was installed or planted, it would then remain in that undisturbed natural state and perform its function without any maintenance occurring, as opposed to somebody who may potentially have rear yard with some maintenance occurring. If you
Well, I
could
do think
address
that's
that.
an important point, David, because that's really what we're looking at here, is creating a buffer strip, a vegetated filter strip that will be maintained as a buffer strip in the future. I know that we're using that word maintained in two different ways. One would, you think of maintaining, you think of mowing, you think of pruning, you think of clearing. But the other way to use maintain is that we want to leave that as essentially a natural area with native species. Now, there would be some maintenance that would occur in that area, perhaps a yearly, once a year mowing of the lower vegetation in order to keep it under control and to prevent invasive species from coming back. But generally, this is going to be an area that's going to be heavily vegetated. There's going to be clump grasses. There are going to be wildflowers. There's a number of different kinds of low shrubs and taller shrubs that can be planted in there that will serve both as a visual benefit to both the property owner and the people in the park, as well as intense uptake of nutrients.
Steve,
yes,
Steve,
David.
from a scientific basis, is there any empirical basis, in your professional opinion, to put the filter strip on the outside of the 40-foot buffer, where, if I understand you correctly, we would have 115 feet through the buffer, it would be 125 feet from the pond? Is there any additional benefit that the pond is receiving by having another 10-foot strip on the outside of the 40-foot buffer that you and Lucille will design?
All of the science I've ever seen, David, indicates that a 100-foot buffer or a 100-foot plus buffer is adequate for dealing with runoff from accessory areas that aren't paved, which we're not talking about paving this area here. That aren't, we're not talking, this isn't a lot that has septic, will have septic systems, and therefore there won't be that increased nutrient loading from septic systems. The buildings themselves will be treated, and Jim can deal with, can address that question as to how roof runoff and driveway runoff and et cetera will be dealt with. But here we're talking about strictly runoff coming from that accessory building area, filtering down through to the park. And, you know, I don't believe that there's any difference between 115 feet and 125 feet in terms of the effectiveness of that strip. That strip is going to be more than adequate for the types of materials, that type of runoff that will be coming off that building area. When I first saw this 40-foot rear buffer, I immediately thought vegetated filter strip. I didn't see that as something in addition to a 10-foot wide filter strip. I'd rather treat this rear buffer, this 40-foot buffer, as an intense filter strip. And the extra 10 feet doesn't do anything personally for me.
Mr. Chairman, we're happy to talk about the 40-foot buffer separate and apart from the 25-foot buffer on the side, or together, however you wish. The only thing that I want to make sure, because I think in terms of making this a logical conversation, this 40-foot buffer area, I think Lucille touched it quickly, but I want to make sure the board knows, those of you who are out there with us know that there are sections of that area that have dead, diseased, and dying trees that we believe we can buffer the community at Halsey Pond a lot better by planting something in there, both in terms of understory and ultimate growth. And so I want to make sure the board knows, I think we've touched on it, when we returned to the board and we knew we couldn't get it in for this submission for the November meeting, you will have a design for what is proposed to be placed in that 40-foot buffer, again, for wetland protection purposes, as well as visual aesthetic purposes.
And David,
As long
if I
as
could just,
you said we intend, are you meaning that Mr. Caduzzi is going to install all this, or you're designing it for the future homeowner?
Designing it to be a requirement of the limited site development plan approval. No one could pull a building permit, as you well know, Mr. Chairman, without complying with the requirements that you all mandate in your limited site development plan approval.
Okay, so this, all this planning and design will be inherited by the purchaser.
Mark, do you want to just confirm my understanding?
You don't intend to do any of this work. You're just designing it.
That is correct. And the thought would be that it would be
That's
conditioned.
what I thought. I just
Yeah.
want to have some clarity for everybody
Yeah,
listening.
it creates like a baseline so that when, someone comes with a final site plan, that's kind of already specified and, it's kind of locked in, to so to speak.
There is
Okay.
absolutely no basis at this point, Mr. Chairman, to assume that it should go in before, because we have no idea how long it'll take the lots to be sold. As I think the village, someone asked this during the sidewalk, one person could come and buy all 3 lots. Something different could happen. So there's no reason to presumptively install this mitigation if these houses are never built.
Yeah, I understand that. I just wanted to make it clear to all the others that are listening.
Got it.
Caesar, I want to follow up on that. I'm assuming then that you would have no objection to a requirement that the deeds refer specifically to this,
No problem at all.
not just by reference to a conservation easement on file, that it'll actually be in it. So when somebody buys the lot, they know they're going to have to do this.
So again, just with the notion, Marianne, that you and I would discuss the language, and it would be language that you and I both know and maybe confirm, no title company will find renders the lot uninsurable or unmarketable. If it's something like a sentence that the requirements of landscaping are memorialized in a limited site development plan approval on file with the village, no problem. No
Yeah,
problem.
there has to be, as Mary Ann just stated, there has to be an institutional arrangement that somebody buying doesn't buy it with, completely blind, and it goes along with the sale.
Understood. And
There's 2 things, Caesar. It's fairly easy to make it go along with the sale. Once make it a requirements and you file it at land records against the property. But there's a second concern, and that is you want to make sure that anybody buying the lot is going to be bound by them.
Right.
But you want to make sure that nobody buys the lot without knowing about those requirements.
That was what I said, and I.
Yes, that's what you were getting.
Just
Counting
out of
on the lawyers
curiosity-
I'm counting on the lawyers to make sure that happens.
I'm curious, Mr. Chairman, whether you and the board did something similar to that with the Devon's property, because I'm assuming whatever your concerns were with regard to ensuring perpetual protection of the pond, you must have done it on that transaction as well.
Well,
Well,
that's a different one. It's the people live there and they're rebuilding a house. They're not going to different people.
And it's.
But they will in the future, Mary Ann.
It's positioned quite
Well, it's
differently
filed
than
at land
these lots.
records.
Okay. And this conservation easement would be filed in land records. And if we want to put something that clues people into the need to look at the limited site development plan approval, we understand.
All right, and you're gonna come up with wording for the conservation easement, which you'll give us.
Correct.
Okay,
Caesar, on that point, I wanna say, you're not necessarily gonna follow the Devon's one. It's a very different situation in that is an already developed lot. These are completely undeveloped. They're much more connected to the pond than the Devon's one. The purpose on it, the purpose of this conservation easement will be different than the way it's worded there, because anyway, so a lot of it will be the same, but there'll be some things different. And my suggestion on drafting the conservation easement was we put our heads to that your office talks to me. I've already spoken with our landscape consultant about the things that should be in there. And I mean, either we could talk about it tonight, or I think we'll be here all night.
Yeah, there's no reason
Or we
to talk
could
about it
talk
tonight.
separately, and then I can represent what the village's position on this, and we should work on that sooner rather than later.
That's fine. Terrific. And Mr. Chairman, I agree with the village attorney on that.
yes,
That's
I do
definitely,
too.
and we need not burden the board. You'll all have a chance to review it. We'll have it to you before the next meeting. And Mary Ann, I would simply ask if there's something that you're expecting that's different from the other conservation easement, just share it with my office as soon as you can so we can begin drafting accordingly and question anything we want to question.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, do we want to spend some time? I know you all have concern about the 25 feet. And I just want to make sure since
40 feet.
well,
No, he's talking about on the side.
so
on this-
I know you all have some concern about the 25-foot side buffer and this area. So let me just, now that I have the
Oh, okay,
illustration,
okay, I understand.
now that I have the illustration up, for those of us who are familiar, this is lot one. This is the roadway where folks park and come down and walk their dogs and then bring their dogs and folks bicycle and run and enjoy the trail going into the park. What I said earlier is that this indicated, and the village attorney pointed this out to me in a phone call, it seems to go all the way up to the 25. It does go all the way up to the 25-foot buffer. That is not the intention that the primary building would go. I think the line would be somewhere more or less where I'm cursoring. And the next iteration of these drawings will show that. That allows the primary house to probably be located in this general area, as we showed you earlier. And Mary Ann, we will also work on language as to what goes in the primary, what goes in the accessory, and what power the village planning board retains to ever modify that should it decide to do so.
That was one of my questions coming up, the details for those boxes. For the primary box and the accessory box. What
So,
kind of detail? You just
So,
said
Mr.
you're
Chairman, I
gonna
can
come-
answer it, I think, fairly easily, but you have our whole team. The house, and we all know what the dwelling would be located in the primary building area. That's where the house and the driveway and the garage would be. And anything else that one would build with a building permit would be the accessory building area. That's patios, pools, gazebos, I know I read letters and emails about basketball courts and things like that. I'm not quite sure there's land area for that, but maybe. Anything beyond the home would be in the accessory area.
And I'm assuming you'll define it, the primary area might include some of that stuff too. You're not gonna rule
Absolutely.
that
There's no
out.
reason it couldn't.
The,
Right.
the more concern is the bigger concern is what's in the accessory building area.
Correct. And just for
Just for clarity, that all of which would be subject to the planning board approval, review and approval.
it's Irvington, Caesar, you know that. We can't build
I know.
anything without planning board approval.
So Caesar, are you resolved about that extra 10 feet? I guess you should, you should
Well,
decide.
we'll let them finish and then I'll
Okay.
ask the board.
So the
Okay.
only thing, Lucille, maybe you can help me, or Mark, or
I'm not sure
Steve.
Steve was finished. Was Steve finished?
Steve, are you done?
I could add just one more thing if I was allowed to.
Go.
Having walked the site yesterday, I was very actually surprised at the number of invasive species in that 40-foot area. Actually, Lucille and I saw very few native species in that area, particularly Norway maple. And the number of those trees, and especially ones of significant size in that 40-foot buffer area, are Norway maples, which have the habit of, there's a chemical that comes from the roots of that plant that keeps other things from growing underneath it. So right now, we have very little of a surface filter area in that 40-foot buffer. So if we were to selectively remove some of those Norway maples and replant that area as we're proposing, and as you'll see more details of for the next meeting, I think in fact we can create a better filter strip in that area than is currently existing there, because the native species do certainly impact the ability of that area to filter runoff compared to what I think we can do there in the future.
And maybe this is a good time for me to jump in and just talk a little bit about other runoff.
Who's
So
that?
as you know.
Is that Jim?
Jim Anacarico.
Yep.
Okay.
Hi, Jim Anacarico from Cronin Engineering. So as you know, the code in Irvington is that you cannot increase the runoff from any lot being developed from the pre-development condition to the post-development condition. So essentially what that means is picking up all impervious surfaces, such as the house itself, via gutters and roof leaders, maybe a small yard drain to pick up runoff from the driveway, patio areas, anything like that. That has to be captured and infiltrated into the ground. So just to, and those areas would be the areas of the most concern, especially a driveway, where, you may have some, petroleum or oils, things like that. So, everybody should be clear that any runoff that's running into this buffer and into the filter strip is simply runoff from the vegetated areas of the lot.
I mean, you want to touch on the driveway that you moved and the sewer easement,
Sure.
the driveway for lot one?
So for the driveway for lot one, we were asked to move it over into the easement slightly, as much as we could, or slightly. So because we were already requested to take down any trees that were going to be within the sewer easement. And we figured, or you figured correctly, that it would be better if we put the driveway where we were already taking down trees instead of taking down 2 or 3 more trees. So that's what this plan right here does show.
Mhm. All right.
So, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I was hoping we could do, just unless you want to take us into a different area, is allow Lucille Munns to just speak very briefly about what we think could be accomplished in this area for privacy and protection, knowing obviously that there ultimately would be a house on lot one, and knowing that the village has obviously another structure that's going to be constructed in a visible section of 34 Lewis Road as well.
Okay, go ahead, Lucille.
Okay, thank you. So again, having gone out there again with Steve, looking at this in a lot of detail, there's a lot of pines in here that are dead and or dying and hazardous need to come out, which is an opportunity. So I see the perimeter of this trail, both on the entrance and along the pond, as an opportunity to do basically woodland restoration, because we would be removing these invasive species. We would be removing dead and or hazardous trees, which then allows us to plant, or that whoever purchases this house will set a set of guidelines of shrubs, and a combination of shrubs, trees, and ground covers. But also too, having a fence along there too would probably add visually separate the land lot from the trail as well. So, it would be a combination of shrubs and plantings forward of a potential fence, and then on the back side. So the goal would be to basically do woodland restoration along the perimeter of the properties, which is essentially removal of the invasive species and putting in a host variety of shrubs, perennials, ground covers, and understory and canopy trees as well. You would want a variety. So that's how I would see handling this, as well as, again, in pockets where we could do some layering of putting some boulders and bringing in more soil to help mitigate some potential views. That might be a nice option as well.
I thought you said if there's a fence, there will be plantings on both sides of the fence.
Yes.
Okay.
Are
Okay.
you envisioning, David, I guess, you're envisioning that it would be the property owner that'll be responsible, the individual property owners of 1, 2, and 3 to maintain the buffer strip? I know it, requires minimum maintenance, and we're envisioning that would be something that would be the responsibility of the property owner.
I guess that's the case.
I don't see how else to do it.
Yeah, and I am hoping, Mary Ann, that with all the great minds, both on the village's side at HANA Engineering and Ed and yourself and our consultants, we will be able to come up with plantings and installations that once in there really should do the trick. And
Yeah, except Lucille talked about there might have to be, either Lucille or Steve talked about how there might have to be an annual mowing. It'll be minimal, but there would be some stuff. Maybe dead trees would have to come up. But anyway,
all right, that's
that'll
fine.
be whatever maintenance is required would be part of your plan. I just want to make sure you envision that maintenance responsibility would be the property owners.
I want to reserve the right to discuss that with Mr. Gaduzzi, but I don't see that as a problem.
I don't see it the
Unless
other
somebody
way
tells
around,
me that
yeah.
we're taking on some kind of incredible maintenance obligation. I didn't get the impression from Lucille that it's going to be any more than maintaining the plants that I have in my backyard, that I know I'm responsible for taking care of to keep my yard attractive. So, Mary Ann, the one thing I wanted to make sure you and I stated for the record for everyone, because you and I talked about it and others may not have heard, we did determine when we were out in the field, this area right here, a portion of the village's portion of the trail, the trail that the village uses to get to the pond, apparently crosses private property. Certainly right over here, as I'm cursoring, there may be a slight additional encroachment. Mary Ann, you and I talked about that. We will rectify that in some fashion. So I just want the whole board, including board members that may not have attended, we did determine that there is an encroachment, and we will rectify that.
You just read my mind. That was going to be my next question.
Caesar, I got your notes right here. You don't realize it.
Okay.
I would also just, it's not my problem to solve, and I can't solve it, but just while I'm making the board and the village aware of it, there is an encroachment of the trail apparently on the neighbor's property as well. So just while you're out there taking a look at this, at least we believe you're encroaching the whole run here.
Speaking of easements and encroachments, on the west side of the property, the neighbor to your west, there's some, the water line, the sewer line goes through their property, and the sewer line goes,
Yes.
and the water line is there any need for easements over there with the neighbor?
We've already taken care of all that, and that's been reviewed by Mary Ann. So
I
we've been
reviewed,
working.
I reviewed them, but, it's really between the property owners, but they are
Okay.
doing it.
So
There's one easement that involves us.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just so the board is aware and you didn't just kind of make the record more confusing, you all told us months ago to go deal with this issue, and we did. We met with our neighbor, we drafted an easement, we shared it with the village attorney, took her comments, and we believe we're good with our neighbor. And so you all pointed this out to us, and we did rectify that as well.
And the easements for the sewer line are all taken care of, Mary Ann?
Well, we've agreed on language. I was still waiting to hear from the other property owner, Litkowski, who
Okay,
were parties to that one. The three of us were parties, Litkowski,
Correct.
the village, and Gaduzzi on Marvera. On the others, the village was not a party to it. So I just looked at them to make sure they had them, but that one, yes, I gave them my input, and we're still
Okay.
waiting to hear from the neighbor.
and lastly, we talked about this, the conservation easement. Is there a provision in there? Because I know you talked about the landowner maintaining the minimal maintenance, but if they fail to do that and it becomes a burden or in some way endangers the pond, in that conservation easement, that does the village have the right to enter and fix it?
That would be included. A provision, an enforcement provision, in the case that it would be included. Pretty
Okay.
standard.
All right,
We
I just
agree.
wanted to make that point known to everybody. David, you finished with your presentations?
I think so, unless, Lucille, did you guys want to cover this? Is that why this is not me putting this up, so somebody else is now sharing?
That was
So-
me. That was me putting it up because we were having difficulty with Jim's connection. I wanted this to be up in case Lucille wanted to make comment to it. This was part of the submission, but we don't have to if we don't have the time.
So
Okay.
quickly, I just wanted to say that, ostensibly what we're trying to do in this buffer, the 40-foot buffer, is what we talked about, which is woodland restoration, which also has two functions: helping to filter any runoff to the pond, but also acts as habitat enhancement and visual buffer up to the houses and from the houses. The other thing that I want to throw out there real quickly, in my first time coming to the site, and I mentioned this today in a conference call with the staff and my team, the area is so lovely and beautiful. You really do feel like you are in a part of the Adirondacks, to speak, and to come around and see that pond. I would imagine that folks looking at these properties would be drawn to this woodland connection, and therefore looking to pay homage to that and build something that reflects what's there. Otherwise, you would go somewhere else if you wanted a big Taj Mahal with lots of lawn. So my thought process, folks coming here would be looking at some of the houses that are in the area, how well they're situated and suited to the land, and be drawn to that. And that's what people would be looking to do. That's just my 2 cents, and I wanted to throw that out there.
Well, what we don't want, we call it's a natural setting, and we don't want, a wall of green, the soldier arborvitaes that look like a
Right.
wall. It has to be a natural planting, so that.
I couldn't agree more, and I think that that's totally achievable.
Yeah, we're on
feel
the
ver-
same page, and certainly there's an issue out there with deer browsing as well. So that's something we have to keep in mind as we select species for that area.
There's not a day that goes by when I'm up there that I don't see deer.
Right, no doubt.
Let me open it up to the board. Mike, you want to go first? You gotta
Sure.
unmute, yeah.
I just did. Yep. Sure, I'll go first. So from the start, clearly we would have to review whatever the proposals are for the plantings and review them with our landscape consultant in order to make any decision ultimately. But I do have a question because of what Mark, you had suggested, you had stated that you wanted to leave that additional 10 feet for possible use by the potential homeowner. So what were you thinking of when you said that as a potential use? Because even if the vegetative buffer in the 10 feet isn't necessary, because in Steve's view, to achieve that purpose, it does serve the purpose of not allowing any activity really in that 10 feet. So I was just wondering what you were thinking of when you said that.
Well, the thought was to allow the property owners to have, as much kind of backyard as they could. The 10-foot setback in my mind is no structures would be built there, but it's part of the backyard of those houses. And if folks wanted to maybe sit there or, walk in their backyard, it would be part of their property, so to speak, as opposed to like part of the buffer, if you will. So nothing to be built there, but, just enjoyment of their own property. That's kind of the thought.
Okay. That was all I had, Caesar, for now.
For now. Dan?
For Steve or Lucille, or both of them, seemingly if the woodland restoration area goes in the setback or is developed in the setback, seemingly it might actually improve the runoff going towards the lake.
That's my take on it, because again, what we saw yesterday, is that there's very little native vegetation on the ground in that area. The maple trees have either shaded it out or killed them by the means that they have to do that. And if we can take some of those maples out and replant that area, I do believe we can increase the filtering that's going on to the lake rather than what's going on out there now.
And seemingly make it a better.
And make it a better filter strip, make it a better runoff situation there.
Okay, very good.
And Laurie?
I have a couple points. So for better or for worse, there's a certain consistency with how it looks right now. And I love the idea of woodland restoration. I have a little bit of a challenge thinking about these lots selling at different points in time and 3 very separate interruptions where you have to do woodlands restoration and possibly 3 very different landscape architects interpreting that. And as much as the planning board will have to sign off on things, it seems very disruptive to do that buffer zone 3 different times, because you're intending that whoever buys the property would be doing it. So that's a little bit of a challenge or concern for me. I also heard Lucille talk about boulders. I don't know if you're thinking of using boulders that are on site or boulders that are supposed to be brought in. But again, disruptive. I think personally, like treating it as one project is the ultimate way to do it. I heard a mention of deer. I don't know if there would be a consideration to do temporary deer fencing to let the vegetation grow and get more mature, because I think it'll just take that much longer if it is not protected. Besides that back area, I'm actually not a fan of the 2 driveways that are next to each other. Visually, I don't think it's a great look. I know that there are different conditions that need to be met, but I just need to put that out there. And for your next submission, I don't think those boxes where you say like this is the buildable area and then the secondary area, I don't think those are to scale. And I'd love to see like a more true box. Like, is that really the footprint of what the house would be? Or is that just a guesstimation? And, so I'd like to see more of that. And then I just wanted to mention for anybody in the audience who is listening to this for the first time, I would tell you that you should listen to the planning board a month ago on October 6th to understand the history of this case better, because I'm seeing some comments that maybe you're lacking some of the history of this development, and it would be helpful.
Mr. Chairman, if I can respond very briefly to Mr. Davidovitz. First of all, thank you so much for your last comment, encouraging people to listen to the history, because I tried to do it in probably 40 seconds. And you all know why our team took 20 minutes to do that at the last meeting, because it's critical to understand the history of Halsey Pond and Marvera's contribution to the community by giving Halsey Pond to the community. Second, your last technical comment, your second to last comment, the boxes that were shown on that earlier plan were literally hypothetical potential building footprints. They were quite large, but there are some quite large homes in Irvington and certainly in that neighborhood, but they were probably larger than the typical footprint. I think, so Mark, are you there? Thank you. So let's go to the next, whoop,
This one,
stop.
right.
So-
Go ahead.
Lower-
Dave.
So just so Ms. Davidowitz was asked the right question. Those are not houses. There's no architect on screen here. There's nobody proposing a home here. That's kind of like a worst case scenario analysis that we do as land use professionals under the secret process. What theoretically could happen here? And that's what that is. So what the board did with us last month was to encourage us to look more broadly at where else could houses go. And that's why we came up with this primary and secondary building area. What Mark is showing there, you can leave that on, is the board encouraged us to shift the houses to the west. And I know you raised your comment about the driveways. We were encouraged to move lot 1 house and driveway to the west. So ultimately the board will have final say when somebody comes in with a house. Who knows? The architect may design it with a side load on the opposite side. So we don't know where that driveway necessarily is going to go. Jim Anacarico believes, based upon grading, topography, site conditions, trees, it probably is on from that side, the right side of that house on lot 1. But leave the creativity to John Malone or somebody else who's going to design a house for that lot, and you all will have a chance to review that at some point in the future.
David, could you go back to the other picture? I just want to explain something to Lori.
Which one, Mary Ann?
Yeah, with the potential that one, but bring it up, the potential primary building area. That's,
Oh,
Lori, that's, no, the one you just
Sorry.
had.
Right, it takes a while to respond to my cursor.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Okay, yeah, that one. Lori, that's not saying that the houses could be that big. They just can't go out of that area. They can't go to the right or the left or the up or the down of that area, but they still have to meet the setbacks, the coverage requirements and everything else. It's an easier way than trying to write it out in language, what the setback on each lot would be. I think practically it's going to work well. A similar thing was done in Legend Hollow. They had a developable area. This one is a little bit different because it separates the accessory from the primary building. But in terms of administration and, it should work well.
Yeah,
Mary Ann,
and
you
in
said
terms of
something. You said
terms of-
something interesting there that caught my attention. If you look at the zoning chart on these plans, there is a maximum for the coverage for each of these lots. So that area is not too much greater than 5,000 square feet for each lot. So that, that gives it a bit of context on what could actually be built.
Yeah, in terms of this, the scale is not clear on the presentation. And maybe Ed, there's going to be hard copies of the preliminary site plan approval with scale on it. Ed, you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, when the final plat is done, the coverage, the setbacks will all be identified.
To scale.
To scale. They can't, that building envelope they should propose does not say that, and I think Jim said this, you can't build in that whole building envelope. You only have so many square feet to work with.
Yeah,
Right.
So
but
But you
you
can't-
can't build outside of it.
and
Right.
you can't build outside of it. It's actually similar to Dearman Park. It's similar to Legend Hollow. They
Yeah.
all had limited site development plan approval where they can only build within a certain area. And it made for creative design. If you try to design all the buildings now, they might not fit the neighborhood later on.
Yeah, and I think this was that in my suggestion that it be handled this way, so.
Okay, and Jim or somebody, Laurie had a question about the boulders. Perhaps we need more detail of, I mean, you're talking about 10-foot boulders, 2-foot boulders, and where they're gonna be, show them on the site plan.
I think we can comfortably do that, and there are a tremendous amount of boulders on the site on all the properties, quite frankly, that can be utilized.
And there's a laid up stone fence that has quite a few stones on it, not the stone with the mortar.
Yes, behind it, exactly. There's a lot in there, but there's also, as Steve and I walked more into the lots, interior of the lots, there was a lot more really beautiful boulders, like large boulders, that could be utilized
Yeah,
very
and
effectively.
I hope you're not intending to make it look like a retaining wall and, like a fort. We would like to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I think we can work that out even through some images with the design intent. Again,
Right.
ultimately that, and talking too about Lori's point, also, she brought up some really excellent points, like how, if these are developed, at different times, how do we develop something that seems more seamless? And I think Steve and I can kind of work with in this area and create zones that this, and this would be placed in this area so that it has a consistent look throughout on the rear properties, specifically for lots 1 and 2 that are going to be highly visible. And again, ultimately someone else will come in and do, a final landscape design for whatever house is built. They may have other thoughts and ideas, and they can work up with a, deer maintenance plan and overall, so that we have to work on is what the spirit and intent of the visual is, and that it can then be easily followed whoever develops these properties moving forward.
Okay, Laurie, you raised some good points. You have anything else to add?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kevin?
A lot of my questions have been answered. I had some questions about the interaction between these footprints and what would be permitted otherwise. And I think some of those questions have been answered, how they overlay one another. Something Lucille just said about the landscaping plan was my other question. And I apologize that I'm still a little bit unclear. So the purpose of the landscaping plan is to provide a framework, or is it, how specific is the plan going to be in terms of types of trees, placement of trees, or how broad is it going to be? I imagine it's going to be some balance between the two. And I guess I'm still a little bit confused on how what is the step down the road when somebody purchases and as a condition to the building permit needs to follow that framework. And I don't know who this is directed to.
I'm
but
happy
it's
to
a
take a very
question that I
first
have.
crack at that, Mr. Thurman. So someone made the allusion, Marianne maybe, or Ed, to Legend Hollow. As I think Mr. Thurman, I was involved in the approvals of Legend Hollow and probably the individual site development plan approvals for the first 20 some odd houses. So what your board did 25 years ago after limited site development plan approval was granted was very carefully on each individual lot go through the limited site development plan approval when somebody came in with a final site plan and compare that and review. We would literally to the detail of tree wells, plantings, driveway grade, driveway location. So you're going to set the general parameters in your limited site development plan approval, I believe. And I think after next month's meeting, when Lucille and Steve come in and tell you what they truly believe can be done aesthetically and functionally. You'll decide what level of detail you want in that limited site development plan approval. I appreciate you using the word balance. Our client would like the village to achieve some kind of balance and not lock in every specific species. But I think having an array that you all know, Steve Marino and your consultants agree makes sense for installation, put it in there.
Thank you.
And also, we're going to have when we approve these various when they're under review, we're going to have a construction sequencing required, in my mind anyway, that these buffer zones have to be dealt with before there's a building permit, because I wouldn't want a building permit to be issued, a building built and the buffer zones never built. So we're going to have that little bit of a requirement for the future. Okay, anything else from the board that we, based on everybody asking questions? Mike, getting back to you, Lori. Dan?
I have a question for Lucille and Steve. So your belief is that the 100 or 115 buffer is sufficient to the pond. Is that with the existing vegetation? And
I would say, go ahead, I'm sorry.
yeah, and if so, how does the fact that you would be doing new plantings, do the new plantings need to mature in order to achieve the level of that you consider now, that you think it's appropriate, that you think it's sufficient? I mean, how do those plantings need to mature in order for that 115-foot buffer to still be sufficient, in your opinion?
Well, I think my take on that is that the buffer as it exists right now is not sufficient if there was a house on the property at this time, a developed envelope on the property at this time. I think that what we need to propose is something that will improve that condition. The biggest contributor to filtering of stormwater is ground covers and grasses. So, and they don't take particularly long to mature, 1 or 2 growing seasons, and they're at a point where they're doing the job. The larger plants and the shrubs and the trees, certainly they're pulling more nutrients out just by their scale, and they may take some time to develop. But younger trees are growing faster and are pulling more nutrients out of the ground as they grow. So once they're in the ground and start growing, we'll have a significant impact on nutrient removal there. And it'll be, in my opinion, again, based on what I saw yesterday, in my opinion, it's going to be an improvement over the condition that's out there now.
Well, that's what I was going to circle back to, Steve, is that what's out there is insufficient because it's essentially there's no understory other than as you get closer to the actual trail, gravel trail, where there's wisteria vines and bittersweet vines. It's soil, it's bare soil under the leaves. So even just from a sediment perspective, what's happening there now. So even if we did nothing else but put in a no-mow mix or some low vegetated meadow mix, that would immediately, once that gets in place, have a substantial improvement over what's there. That's my opinion.
And I agree.
Now, the two of you just reinforced my sequencing idea of you plant the plantings in the buffer before there's a building permit to build a house. Okay. Mike, anything else from the board before we open to the public?
No, but I don't know if Dan had a chance to.
Oh, it's second time around. Dan?
Anybody else?
I'm good, Caesar. I'm good.
Laurie?
I'm good.
All right. And Kevin, did you get your answer, Kevin?
I did. Thank you.
Mary Ann, anything? Ed, we'll go to the public now. Okay. Sarah, you got anything from the public?
Yes, there's a couple comments in the chat and there is somebody raising their hand to speak. Should I let the person that has their hand raised speak first?
Sure.
That would be Chet Kerr.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Well, I
Um,
can.
Okay, well, good. This is Chet Kerr. I'm the chairman of the Greater Irvington Land Trust, and I just want to thank the board for the opportunity to make a few quick remarks to follow up on the letter that we sent. I want to start off, and I mean this sincerely. I value
Excuse me, Chet,
highly.
I forgot to, your letter you sent, you reminded me that I should make a note of your letter. Anna Cooper sent the letter, Stephen Hardy sent the letter, and Lisa Jen sent in a letter with one of those 172 people commented one-liners or two-liners, all of which was greatly appreciated, the public input. And I've read some of those one-liners, and they were very pertinent. Especially there was one that said there should be a ban on pesticides and herbicides. And I discussed that with the village attorney, and that'll probably appear someplace, a herbicide and pesticide ban. We said ban fertilizers. There already is a Westchester County ban on phosphorus contained fertilizer, and nitrogen is in fresh water is not an issue. Anyway, I'm sorry. I wanted to get the other public letters in, Chet. Go ahead.
Well, thanks. So I just want to start off, and I say this sincerely. I want to commend Ms. Gaduzzi and Marvera and Mr. Steinmetz for, I think, addressing many of the concerns that have been raised very responsibly and working to try and accommodate them and address them. Because I think that ultimately the value of these properties will be enhanced by ensuring the protection of and the ongoing cherished nature of the park. And so I'd start off with that. The only additional points that I'd like to add in are three, and that is first going to the question of along the southern part of parcels 1 and 2. You know, as we put in our letter, I believe the board had suggested on October 6th, a 50-foot buffer. They had drawn a 40-foot buffer, then this kind of 10-foot area of that would not be formally part of the buffer and theoretically not part of the conservation easement, but would be a no-build zone. As we put in our letter, I would ask the board to stick with what had been raised on October 6th to making that a 50-foot buffer, because that would bring it within the conservation easement, which I think would give everybody added protection. Two, we also noted that on the drawing, specifically SP 3.2, that shows the potential accessory building area extending south. It shows it on this map is coming within 50 feet of the property line. We had proposed that accessory building area, or maybe we might call the setback line, be further moved north. It addresses not only the question of waterfall effluent going into the pond, but other issues that I think are just as important. That is the visual aspect of walking around the pond and the noise aspect from people working in their yards. And I recognize that people who buy these properties are going to really want bigger yards and maybe put a pool in and all that. I get it. But I think the board should pay special attention to where that potential accessory building area is and how close it brings it to the pond. Then the final point I want to make, and something that I think the chairperson mentioned, and that is a sequencing of when the buffer gets put in place versus construction. One thing to keep in mind is when these property, an individual lot, 1 or 2, the construction process begins, it will be crucial, I would suggest, that those buffers be in place, because it's during that construction process that also there can be a lot of flow off of that property because of disruption of the property. And I very much appreciate the recognition that there's a lot of invasives on the buffer right now, and it's really important to get rid of those invasive if possible and put in native plants. You know, whether or not you take down all of the Norway maples that aren't currently diseased, you know, whether you leave them up or not, they're invasive plants, and I get it, but I think it'd be important that whatever trees are taken down are replaced and replace quickly so that they can continue to act that way. So with those points, that's all I have to say, but I just want to thank, again, the planning board and the village staff for clearly the hard work they're putting in to try and make sure that the property will be developed in a way that meets the owner's interests as much as possible, but also the broader interests of the community. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chad.
And I did recognize the sequencing importance that the buffer has to be done first, as I said earlier. And David, his comment about the accessory line possibly moving north, would you and Mark take a look at that for the next meeting?
Certainly.
All right, Sarah, do you have any other hands raised before we go to the chat?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak. There's a couple comments in the chat. I'll read the first one. It's from Andrea Carmasino. And her question is a land trust possible? What would it take to save Halsey Pond for future generations in Irvington? And there's a comment from Ava Warner. Please do not take away this village gem.
Well, I don't think we're taking it away. I mean, there is, David, you want to answer that?
Yeah, no, I can't wait to answer that. Thank you for giving me the chance.
Well, I didn't know the answer, but no, I did.
Well,
but, you
So
answer.
I'm gonna channel Ray Gaduzzi here. You're welcome for Halsey Pond. Marvera gave Halsey Pond to everyone who gets to enjoy it. And having been out there 10 days ago with the planning board and representatives of the land trust, I realize quite vividly what Ray Gaduzzi's vision was in the late 70s and 80s when he decided he wanted to give that pond to the village and put restrictions on that pond. So as Ms. Davidowitz said, go watch what I explained to the village last month, because I think you'll learn that Mark's dad was a pretty incredible guy in terms of what he did for the village and what he did for all the folks who now live in that subdivision that got the benefit of that. Having said that, we have spent the better part of the last year doing everything in our power to ensure Ray Gaduzzi's vision of the preservation and protection of Halsey Pond lives on forever. So I'm proud to be part of that. And I'm really pleased that my client was willing to bring Lucille Munns and Steve Marino, two preeminent folks who actually understand empirical data and science to make sure we do this thing correctly. So no more arbitrary comments. It's going to be preserved and that gem will live on.
Okay, thank you, David. Sarah, any other chat room comment?
There are no more comments in the chat and no one else is raising their hand to speak.
Mary Ann, we discussed going over the environmental assessment form. Would you want to do that tonight? Is it be better to wait till next meeting?
I would wait until the next meeting because in order to answer some of the questions, we need more information about, the filter strip and stuff like that. So I think it'd probably be better to do it when we got that information.
That was my thinking also. I just wanted to get your concurrence.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, before I sign off, any last comments from the board? No. Anything, Sarah, anything else from the public?
Yeah, there's one last comment. Again, from Andrea Carmasino. She asked again, is a land trust possible?
I'm not sure what that means. I think it means, can nothing get done in the land trust purchase the land? I think that's what that means.
We've stated publicly in the past, Mr. Chairman, for the benefit of the individual who asked, anytime Chet, the Irvington Land Trust, the Westchester Land Trust, or anyone wants to talk about purchasing those lots, it's a free market. They absolutely could do that. No one has made an offer to purchase it. Absent that, it's private property. And the good news is it's potentially 3 houses, not 14 townhouses, 2 tennis courts, 28 parking spaces, et cetera. Mr. Chairman, we would respectfully request that the board consider closing the public hearing, and should anything arise as a result of the supplemental submissions, you always could reopen it. But we would ask in light of the fact that there has been a perpetuation and continuation of the same comments, that the board respectfully consider closing the public hearing and allowing us to make a final submission for December.
Well, I thought about it, and at least one other board member, in addition to myself, are still stuck on the extra 10 feet over the 40. And before I close it, and one of the public brought that up also. So while that issue is still on the table, I'd like to keep it open one more month.
We will see you in December.
There's a substantial public interest. 172 people went out of their way to put their comments on a piece of paper. So
No, and you know what? There's too many open issues. There's open issues about what's in the conservation easement. It's not ready to be closed.
okay, Dave, anything else?
No, nothing. We appreciate it. As always, we appreciate all of your patience and persistence on this and enjoy, really genuinely, our team enjoys working with the village on this. We look forward to achieving the right result.
Okay, and you may want to look at the EAF form that you submitted with the first submission, and to see if it's accurate and up to date, given the discussions we've had. Because I believe you submitted this form with the first application back in July.
Yeah, I'm, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a great comment. Let's let Steve, Lucille, Jim, and Doug spend the next 4 weeks making sure that whatever needs to be corrected gets corrected. Mary Ann and I certainly can chime in, but that's a technical document. I hope the consultants can get that straightened
Yeah,
out.
I'm just giving you a fair warning that this was submitted in July before the changes were made.
Got it.
And you may want to revise it.
You bet.
And revise it in enough time for people to look at it, not the day of the meeting.
Got it.
Yeah, for the
Understood.
next submission, right? No problem.
We will see you in December. Everybody we appreciate the time. Have a great Thanksgiving. We'll see you at the December meeting.
Same to you.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, number 2. 18 Meadowbrook Road. This is 2021-36.
Good evening. Douglas McClure for 18 Meadowbrook Road. Before we
Yes.
get started, Caesar, I wanted to thank you for your nice comments about the Halloween festivities. They were a ton of fun. I'm glad you enjoyed them.
I think I saw you on Dutchess Street in front of the band.
You did. That was me making an ass of myself.
You do that very well.
It's one of my strengths. We received Han's comments there. I think we've addressed everything. And we will revise the coverage worksheet. I'll take another look at that. Is there anything else you would like to discuss with me?
Ed, were we okay with the coverage, or was that already done?
No, we're okay. This was good to go.
What's he talking about revising the coverage number?
I don't know.
And comment
Ed,
one on,
We're okay with the coverage, Caesar.
We're okay with the coverage
Okay,
number. There was a difference on the matrix and just one of the shadings that, but he references the attribute on the matrix of coverage. It just wasn't on the plan.
I'll take another look at that. That's,
Do you want to throw the plan up before, because we're just going to ask some questions.
sure.
So when I poll the board, they'll have something to look at and jog their memory.
Sure. One second here. Is that coming up?
Yeah, the previous people had a little trouble also.
Let me see.
Well, I'm not sure it's necessary. Do the board recall what we're doing here? And maybe you can, does anybody
It's
need?
legalizing an existing shed and an entry step at the property.
Right. Does anybody need further explanation in that? Mike, you have any comment?
No, I know where the Love Shack is located.
Dan
I know where the shack is located.
and Lori,
All set, thank you.
Kevin,
I'm good, thank you.
and I'm good. Mary Ann, you have a resolution?
Yeah, whereas in October
Oh,
2021,
let me ask the public. Sarah, any public?
There are no comments in the chat and nobody's raising their hand to speak.
All right, Mary Ann, sorry to interrupt.
whereas in October 2021, Jacob Stiberski and Catherine Sun applied for site development plan approval to legalize an existing shed and entry step at their house at 18 Meadowbrook Road, which is located in the View Preservation District. And whereas the application requires variances from the Zoning Board of Appeals for coverage and intrusion into the side yard. And whereas Han reviewed the plans and in a memorandum dated October 5th listed several issues to be addressed, all of which were addressed in the subsequent submission. The planning board held a public hearing on the application on October 6th and November 3rd. The improvements would have no impacts on the views of the Hudson River. It's type 2 action under SECRA. Therefore, be it resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Stiberski Residence prepared by McSee Architecture, subject to receiving variances from the ZBA for coverage in the side yard setback.
I make a motion to approve the resolution. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mike, you want to vote?
I vote aye, and I authorize Sarah to sign for me.
Dan, excuse me, Dan,
I vote yes and designate Sarah to sign for me.
Lori,
I vote in favor and designate Sarah to sign on my behalf.
Kevin,
Vote in favor and designate Sarah to vote on my behalf.
Caesar votes yes and designates Sarah to sign for in my behalf. All right, Doug, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, moving on to number 3, that would be 1 Hudson Road West, 2021-29.
Hi. John
Hi, John.
Malone, Architecture. How are you all doing?
Good. I hope we're doing well after you finish.
So this is the project for the, I can share a screen right now. There was a request, let me pull it up, sorry. For the pool at 1 Hudson Road West. So I think when we last met, there were questions about why the pool surface was still within the Broadway buffer. So the plan has been revised to pull the swimming pool out of the Broadway buffer. We did that by relocating it slightly, but also we've done the engineering for the pool cover and reduced the size of the coping of the pool cover and slid it back and revised, the position of the planting slightly. So we did move the pool out of the buffer. Other than that, I think the comments were in agreement on what variances are still required. That there would be a pool location variance, which is the result of the house having 3 front yards. So there isn't really a place where it could be behind the rear wall of all of those 3 front yards. The other variance request is I believe the board has interpreted the planting that's shown in the Broadway buffer as an incursion into the Broadway buffer. That's what we are seeing from the comments from Han. So we'll need a variance for that. And then the other variance, which is the obvious one, is the coverage variance because we're over on coverage.
Yeah, and you provided, I think Mary, Suzanne commented that you provided the screening to the southeast that she suggested.
Right.
Okay. Mike, you have any comment on this?
No, I appreciate the applicant moving the pool out of the buffer, and that took care of my largest concern.
Dan,
I agree with Mike and happy with the movement of the pool.
Laurie,
All good, thank you.
Kevin?
No comment, thanks.
My one comment, and you covered this before, John. The existing playground set, it's in the footprint of the pool, and could you reiterate that it's being removed?
Yeah, it is. So the playground set is shown as demoed and removed. Yeah, I know we've had.
It's not shown on the plans anyplace else, so I presume it's not going to be on the property.
Right, it's not gonna be on the property, and unlike the other applicant with a swimming pool that we've spoken about on this applicant has no interest in putting it back up, so.
Okay. Any comment from the public, Sarah?
There are no comments in the chat and nobody's raising their hand to speak.
Mary Ann, do you have a resolution for this?
Whereas in August 2021, Sophie and Michael Roberts applied for site development plan approval to construct a swimming pool and related hardscape at their property 1 Hudson Road West, which is located in the View Preservation District. And whereas in response to the planning board's expressed concerns, the applicants moved the pool out of the Broadway buffer, and whereas the applicants represented that they will be removing the existing playground equipment from their property, and the proposed improvements entail landscaping in the Broadway buffer in addition require variances from the Zoning Board of Appeals for coverage, intrusion into the rear yard setback for the AC equipment and location of the pool. And whereas Han reviewed the plans and in memoranda dated August 3rd, August 30th, and October 5th listed a number of items which were addressed in subsequent submissions. And whereas Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and made a recommendation which was adequately complied with in a subsequent submission, whereas the planning board held a public hearing on the application on August 4th, September 1st, October 6th, and November 3rd, and whereas the proposed construction will not impact views of the Hudson River from neighboring properties, whereas it's a type 2 action, resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Roberts Swimming Pool, all prepared by Ferguson Malone Architecture, subject to obtaining variances from the ZBA for intrusions in the Broadway buffer, coverage, rear yard setback, and pool location.
Okay, may we have a vote on this? Mike,
I vote aye, and I authorize Sarah to vote for me, to sign for me.
Dan,
I vote in favor and designate Sarah to sign for me.
Laurie,
I vote in favor and designate Sarah to sign on my behalf.
Kevin,
I vote yes and designate Sarah to vote on my behalf.
Mrs. Caesar, he votes yes and designates Sarah to sign my name. Okay, John, thank you very much. And again, it's appreciated that your client and yourself moved the pool out of the Broadway buffer. The buffer is important and good to see it intact. Thank you again.
Thank you. I'm gonna stay on because I believe I'm next also.
Yes, you are. Number 4, 39 Fargo Lane, 2021-21. We didn't do that on purpose. That's purely accidental that you next.
Well, it expedites the meeting slightly for me not getting demoted and re-promoted. So John Malone, Ferguson Malone Architecture, representing the Leonards. Since our last meeting, we picked up some items that were related to civil engineering comments, basically, adding some additional detail. In terms of planting, we've clarified some issues with existing trees and then revised the screening along the eastern property line to eliminate any tall evergreens that may impact have a visual impact as they grow beyond. So rather than rely on pruning, we have modified planting along that line to rely on the maximum heights of the various species. In addition to that, the board asked us to look at different ways to further reduce the height of the proposed option, and we've reduced the height by an additional 8 inches. Quickly, just to review what we have done to date in terms of trying to mitigate for visual impact. We've looked at 9 options, or we've analyzed 11 different conditions. Some of the options, there's actually 9 different design options associated with that. The original house, the original design that we discussed briefly when we first developed the house was further up the hill. The first submitted design was located in the lowest part of the lot, rather than in the upland position, and the roof configuration was modified so that it had a partial flat roof. It's a classical style to a roof, similar to like Madam C.J. Walker and other classical houses, but it has a portion of the roof that's flat that reduces the ridge height. And the height of the original building when it was submitted was still about 10% below the max, a little bit more than 10% below about the max allowable height. Based on comments from the neighbors and direction from the board, we resubmitted a second option where the building was lowered, and the way we lowered the building 4 feet was in 2 different ways. We reduced the height of the interior heights that we're carrying, and we reduced the elevation of the building. We lowered it into the ground 2 feet, so that the proposed building is in approximately the same area as the existing building. It's actually a little bit further into the property, a little further back, and the finished floor is actually 2 feet below the finished floor of the existing building. From that point, at the request of the board, who was requested by neighbors for us to look at various options, we looked at an aligned option, which brought the building closer to the street. It was determined that that had a greater visual impact, especially on the property further south, 19 Meadowbrook. We looked at a rotated option, which was recommended by the neighbor on the south 19. There was many deficits to the program that we discussed, and we can review that if you want to. We looked at an option to reconfigure the building on the north line to try to mitigate some of those deficits to the functionality and the program of the building. We looked at another rotated option where the garage was relocated to the front of the building that had deficits similar to option A. That was called option C. We looked at the uphill design that we originally designed before we submitted. We looked at an option that was developed along the south property line where the mass of the building was moved south to try to limit the effect, the visual impact on the properties, the 2 east properties to the north. We looked at a option that was simply the existing house with a second story, with an 8-foot second story. And finally, we looked at an option of trying to reduce the second story, and the second story was limited basically by the program that was allowed on that. So that was effectively, was option F, but it was effectively the 10th option that we looked at. And the current option that's in front of you has been reduced slightly farther. So what we did is take additional 6 inches out of the second floor ceiling height and then another 2 inches out of the ground floor ceiling height. We did look pretty extensively at lowering the building into the ground further, basically reducing the grading. And we came up with a few significant impacts. First of all, would be tree impacts on the front, the trees along Fargo. So all of those trees that we're trying to protect, or at least not all of them, but tree 1, 2, and 3 would have impacts that we feel they would have to be removed because of the change in grade. Also, lowering the whole front yard even a foot more would have a pretty significant impact on the stormwater system, because there is actually rock located at a certain elevation, and the stormwater system needs space between that rock for it to actually work. So what ends up happening by lowering the grade of the front yard further, the stormwater system would have to become shallower, which means it would have to become larger, which then again would have more, would reinforce the tree impact issue. So the trees the trees along Fargo would be at risk. One of the biggest issues that we're having right now, if you can imagine the kind of water that's been generated recently in storms and the water that's in everybody's basement, this house at its current elevation of 121, is the basement in the last couple storms has been filled with water and needed to be pumped out. So we're in a situation where we're taking a lot of overland water that is from off property, that is uphill to the east. And by lowering the grade, we're really, putting a lot of pressure on the civil and on the grading to try to get that water that's moving down the hill around the building. We're putting in infiltration systems, obviously, to make up for our impervious surface that we're putting in, but it's going to be very hard to mitigate water that's coming over land, especially if it's the result of a storm that's like a two inches in 2 hours kind of storm, where there's just no way for that water to infiltrate. So the flood and stormwater risk of lowering it further, along with the impacts on trees and basically the aesthetic impact of dropping it below street level, made us move off of that option. There's also in the letter that we sent you, there is a cost associated with potentially going further into where the elevation of the existing ledge rock. So right now, our basement elevation will require some rock removal. If you move it down even a foot, that would increase the potential for rock removal, and that sort of has an impact during construction in terms of noise and hammering and other stuff. But there's also a cost impact associated with that. So for all those reasons, we sort of stopped at the reduction of the roof, and that's where we are right now in the current design. I think in terms of the civil comments that remain, beyond that, there was a typo in C2 where two of the details are sort of half on top of each other, so we'll correct that. And then there was a coordination issue between the grading that was shown between the civil and the architectural, which we think are minor items that we can pick up. And I don't know if there's somewhere else that you guys would like to go.
Between last meeting and this meeting, there were two letters from Mr. Hernandez, a letter from Mr. McLaughlin, and a letter from Mr. Krupp. And Mr. Hernandez letters had some issues. At the end of last meeting, moving a section of the house to another part of the house, and you addressed it in the narrative. And could you briefly talk on that? And there was some other suggestions in the Hernandez letters, which I believe you got copies of, that I wish you would talk on.
So one of the items that Hernandez's letter from last month suggested was the potential of taking this portion of the house here, this wing, which is the master bedroom, and moving that back to the house and then having an overhanging portion in the back. That's a difficult, where you would extend maybe a one-story portion here. That's a really difficult modification for this project. The issue is like this design, which you guys understand, is sort of a classical design that relies on a certain amount of symmetry, especially associated with the main volume. And the design is kind of based on that condition. To remove that corner, it has functional issues with the upstairs. You would have to do that because part of what it does is it makes the second floor in the zone that has more rooms added to the back of it, to the south of it. It makes that deeper, which makes it harder to get natural light into. And then also it affects the relationship of the master to the other room. So there's a lot of reasons why we don't want to do that. Mostly, I think that's a different house. The impacts of having more mass to the rear of the house would probably, we've known from other options that we've looked at, would have more effect on the grading in the rear yard, meaning it's effectively moving the house up the hill. I think Hernandez's approach on that first letter was for us to just keep it as an overhanging second story, where you would keep the porch underneath an overhanging second story. Again, with the language of this house, this classical house, that isn't really something that we can do very easily in this language. I think the more recent letter that we received from Hernandez was related to a 30% rotation. So that is similar to what we had shown in some of these earlier options. So there's deficits that we outlined associated with, let me just grab the right image. And this is, I'm going back to our visual impact study. So the most recent letter, as I understand it, asked us to look at this option here, but without quite as severe of a rotation. So what they were asking us to do was to move this option in kind of this configuration. Right, so again, this is something that, you know, the deficits that we outlined for this option, meaning that the majority of the rear of the house would be facing this property and have a very limited setback, and there's, right, you know, there's a driveway and an entry space associated with this house here, that the deficits that would be associated with this approach would be the same. And I think we've already considered and sort of reviewed those with the board and saying we don't think that having the house focused to the sides and having the front focused to this property line, which is, you know, much denser than what's shown in terms of the planting and the screening, makes much sense, right? I think, you know, this pushing the house forward this way in this relationship is not something that we think makes sense on this lot. And certainly the impact that it has functionally on the back is problematic. And the benefit of that, if you look at the analysis that I think Hernandez had included in his letter, it does provide some benefit to 19, but it doesn't really provide any benefit to any of the other neighbors. And in our sense, we would be asking the board to balance the negative impact of something like a rotation versus the benefit to the view of the neighbor. So in our case, we think that the negative impact to the design and the layout of the house much outweighs any slight benefit that there might be in view. And I think the tone of the Hernandez net letter is really asking the board to consider view impacts as the primary and only criteria. And as I think we discussed before, you know, in order to put a house together like this, there's a lot of criteria that are going in, and they're much broader than simply view impact. And it's not that is not an argument to ignore the view impact. It's just a request or an expectation that the board would balance the view impacts. I mean, we've gone through a lot of effort to try to look at alternatives that we think are feasible. I think
Don, in your presentation earlier, you went through a few iterations of various techniques to lower the house individually. Could you tell us what was the aggregate of all those changes that resulted in the ridge line, the top of the house? How much lower is it now than it was from the first submit?
It's 4 foot 8 inches lower than it was from the first submission. So, you know, that's approximately half a story lower than where it was from the first submission.
Okay.
Wait, John, where did the 4 foot 8 inches come from? Okay, I know you lowered it 2 feet into the ground.
And then at the same time, the building was lowered, the above ground portion of the building was lowered 2 feet at the same point. And then
By what mechanism? You made the ceilings lower, the roof lower?
Were the ceilings lower on both floors?
Ceilings lower on both floors on the first.
Oh, okay.
round. And then on the second round,
So they were 1 foot lower on each floor.
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't you lower the pitch of the roof also? I seem to recall.
The pitch was adjusted slightly, yeah.
So all total, it was 4 foot 8 inches from various locations.
And if you look at this rendering, Susan, the goal was not to lower the pitch of the roof further than where it had this relationship when you were at the grade looking at it. You know, you need
I
to,
think you explained at the last meeting that you got heating and ventilating up there. John,
yes,
was that correct?
yes, yeah.
Okay. Let me get some questions here from the board. Mike?
I have no questions of John. I understand what was done. I mean, I have comments to make, but I don't have any questions of John.
All right, you have any comments that you want to share, or?
Well, my comments are that, you know, and this is more directed probably to those listening in, to the public, is that, and we've said this before, the view preservation code, as we call it, doesn't really tell us, we don't know the history of it. We don't know why it was enacted, and it doesn't tell us how to balance the right of the property owner to build within code, where they don't need a variance to do what they're doing. And if all that this applicant did was put a second story on his existing house, we would have pretty much the same issues we currently have. But the view preservation code doesn't tell us how to balance all that against what we see to be some seasonal views. And when I say seasonal, you know, I was up there today, and still with the vegetation, there's not much of a view of the river. And so I appreciate what the applicant has done by reducing the height of 4 feet 8 inches. And we just have, which might most impact 15 Meadowbrook, but 15 Meadowbrook also has probably the least of the views, and in that it's a seasonal view. I think I think that the option that's presented by the applicant is the one that is the most practical one that causes the least obstruction.
Okay. Dan?
It's difficult with the view preservation law to balance, as Mike said, you know, between the owner of the property and the neighbors. You know, it's the height of the building has been reduced 4 feet 8 inches, seemingly a lot. I would imagine the neighbors feel that perhaps from their perspective, it should go lower. How feasible that is, it seems that, you know, John perceives that to be, you know, difficult to do without making the house look really odd, you know, given the configurations and the layout on the lot and the construction issues related to that. So yeah, I'd rather hear what the neighbors say in reference to, you know, what's been presented today.
Okay. Lori?
I like what Mike had to say. In terms of John, I do have concerns that if you went any lower visually, the impact from the street would be really poor. And I'm in a fairly new house, and I was myself concerned with these latest storms. So I think that has to be a huge factor. In terms of the neighbors and the letters, I do not agree with showing us a picture of a modern house and suggesting that that's the house that should be on that lot. It's the homeowner's choice to build a house that they want. And I just don't think you can force your own opinions on somebody else who's paid for this lot and is going to build a beautiful house. So I really don't appreciate that visual or that comment over and over. And I also disagree with the comment about ceiling heights. I think the ceiling heights are appropriate for what this house is, and it should be built the way that it's being presented tonight. That's it.
Hey, thank you, Lori. Kevin?
What to add? I mean, this has been before the board a long time.
I think six,
We've analyzed, probably every shade of this. And I guess I appreciate everybody's feelings and differences of opinion on it. It's been a very difficult one to try to make sense of as a board member. So I don't know, I guess thanks to the applicant and John for their patience and continuing to work and try to reconcile all these different comments. And thanks to each of the members of the public that are significantly affected by this. And, we are sympathetic to them, and I think we have come a long way. Some may still disagree with that, but I think it's hard to deny that there has not been changes that have taken place.
I'd like to add that without the technology that we have, and especially just doing this all by Zoom, but in some respects, it was a positive because all the electronic renditions and renderings and all the of the 9 different options with all the filled in renditions and the skeleton renditions. I think if not for the technology, it certainly made life a little easier to see what was going on. If we didn't have that technology, this would have been a lot harder to look at, certainly. So John did a great job on that technology. It certainly helped myself, and I'm sure the other board members, to visualize what's going on and all the work you did on that technology. And it's great that we actually have the technology. All right, Sarah, could you go to the public, please?
Okay, the first person that's raising their hand to speak is Alex Hernandez. And we have a few others raising their hand now.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. I thank you all for, running through this again and again. I just wanted to point out that from the very beginning, we've maintained that the structure that's outlined here is not the least possible obstruction of view for us, our neighbors, or the public right of way. And we've submitted numerous points of material, to support that. The latitude, we've also submitted points of material, the latitude the board member Smith and Davidowitz are seeking of practicality, that's just not in the code. Board member Boyle took a very different approach earlier on in these proceedings to suggest that the house be designed from the exterior of the lot inwards. And I think fundamentally you're being asked, the planning board is being asked a few very specific questions here. I've kind of come up with about 7 of them. And I think if I may just run through them all, do all houses have to precisely parallel the street? If an applicant in a view preservation overlay wanted to rotate a house to front the river and not the street, and that was then, on a differently oriented lot, and that was more so impacting views, would that be prohibited? Do all houses have to have a full height basement if they're obstructing views? Are homes in the view preservation overlay permitted to have above standard ceiling heights and heights between floors if they're obstructing views? Is an applicant permitted to insist upon a design of home that creates excessive obstacles to achieving the least possible obstruction of view? Does the applicant's programming desires trump the view preservation code? How can a coverage constrained 2-story home in a view preservation overlay have a pool, a patio, or excess pavings other than that which is absolutely required for access when the second floor is obstructing views? By definition, the coverage would be reapplied to mitigate view impacts. And lastly, in circumstances where the applicant has stated that they were aware of the view preservation overlay prior to their acquisition, on whom should the burden of mitigating the deficiencies of the site fall? Thank you for your time.
Okay. Over the last 6 months, we probably answered most of those questions. John, you want to talk, or you have?
If I might, Caesar, I
Go
mean,
ahead.
one question, Mr. Hernandez, is whether the reason for the view preservation code, we have no idea why it was enacted. The only thing that we know from its history is that it was driven by the concern about development off of Main Street and the waterfront district. And yet some district was created extending all the way to Sunnyside. So all of the questions that you've asked, the answers to it are ones that we would simply have to make up without any guidance whatsoever from the people who promulgated it. And if you start from the premise, as I do, that the code, even just a reading of it, we can all disagree as to simply what it says and what it means. If a proposal is presented and it causes, and even though it causes obstruction, it's the one that causes the least obstruction, then by definition, it's the proposal that causes the least obstruction. The last proposal that you made is one suggesting a benefit of your views of 4 degrees, a benefit of 2 degrees to 17 Meadowbrook. I would think that that's a nominal benefit, given that you want to rotate the house 30 degrees.
Anyway. Thank you, Mike. Any, Dan, you want to Dan, Laurie, or Kevin, you want to speak on Mr. Hernandez's letter or
No,
presentation?
thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
Dan,
Not at this time, Caesar. Thanks.
Kevin?
I guess my only comment is a lot of the questions can easily be turned around. I mean, it's hard to recall every single one of them, but if you're to say that one side is imposing the design upon the other, I mean, both sides of this dispute, in essence, can level that same complaint against the other. And so I think to me, it's sort of a wash. It's just whichever side of the fence you're sitting on. And I think a lot of those questions do the same thing. And I disagree that the insertion of the word practical or reasonable needs to be inserted here. I don't think anyone on the planning board is in essence inserting that or implying that. We're doing our own interpretation of the statute and balancing the full text of the statute, which is all that we have. And we're balancing this statute with every other statute or every other rule that we're charged to interpret. And they all overlay one another, and we're balancing them all.
Yeah, it is a balancing, and the applicant came in with a proposal. He's not getting what he wants. He lost a couple of feet in ceiling. He had to lower the house. The roof line is not the original design. So I wouldn't say that he's getting everything what he wants. I think he sacrificed some of his desires. Anyway. Sarah, is there? Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Your letters and your participation, it was incredible how you thought about it and looked into it and made reasonable requests and was thoughtful early on about how some of the renditions looked and plastering them on the pictures on the photographs that were submitted. Sarah, is there anybody else? Thank you.
Hi.
Sarah, is there anybody else?
Yes, actually, well, there's two. One's Kevin McLaughlin, but Alex Hernandez did have his hand raised again. I didn't know if, since you were still talking about his letter, if I should let him talk one more time.
Well, let's move on to the next two.
Okay, so I'm gonna let Kevin McLaughlin talk.
Okay.
Hi, everyone.
We heard you say hi and then you tuned out.
How's that? Better?
I hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, just talk.
I'll try not to move then. Thanks for your time. Just a few issues. It sounds like you've kind of made your choice already, but just some things to think about. One is we do have a view a good chunk of the year. I know one gentleman said he passed by the area today, but if you went to our second floor in our backyard, we do a view and it gets even better as the leaves come down. One thing that's confused me a little, and I don't know all the details, is by listening to some of the other applicants for different issues. I know the last one was about a pool, and there was some discussion of of the view preservation and that they were protecting the view. So it seems like you have thought about the view preservation on other properties. So just want to have you consider that more often here. And one comment tonight was why is that we just had a seasonal view, and why is that an issue? Is that so you feel like you're not taking much away because it's seasonal? And ours, we're in the middle house, it is, probably good 7-8 months a year. So just some things that to get you to think a little bit. And so, we're getting our view ruined. And if you look at all the 9 different versions, you can see that, almost all of us, the 3 neighbors, are losing probably 95% of their views. There's very little view left. So just if you can consider that before you make your final decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. McLaughlin. Krupp. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm guessing that it's Krupp. Is there a third person?
Yes, Stephen Krupp has his hand raised. Stephen, if you're talking, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you for letting me speak. I mean, it's obvious that a redesign of this house is not even something you guys are considering. But what I don't understand is, I mean, if I accept that, which I don't agree with, but I feel like I'm faced with having to accept that, is I don't understand why lowering the height, which is possible further, is not being insisted upon. At the last meeting, Mr. Manfredi himself said he was not so concerned about the trees on Fargo and suggested to Mr. Malone to kind of ignore the aspect of, look into removing those trees. He didn't seem particularly concerned about it if it did help to preserve views. And I thought that was, a good comment, and I was hopeful that, that would be investigated, but Mr. Malone just repeated the fact that he didn't want to remove those trees.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but he had flooding problems that with lowering the house further, and disposal problems in the treatment system to dispose of roof water and other drainage with rock. So there were other technical reasons that he presented about lowering further. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I guess that also Mr. Marin had suggested that it certainly would be possible to lower further. I'm not sure why what you're saying is the case if Mr. Maron thought otherwise.
That was Ed, I think you did that and asked them to explore it, which they did, and they came up with these technical issues of flooding and water disposal.
Yeah, so I mean, they looked at it and they found, I mean, the water issues are a serious issue.
Okay.
I believe
I
tree
guess-
removal also.
What'd you say, Doug?
There was a bunch of trees that would have to be removed also up front.
Yeah, but the trees, it was, my thinking is the water problems are more pertinent than the trees. So the flooding in the basement and the lowering of the disposal drainage system, which probably wouldn't work if it's had to be lowered down to rock, because rock doesn't take water very well. Anyway.
Well, and the next point that I keep repeating in all of my letters, and which I'm sure you don't disagree with, I mean, it's such an obvious point, is the ceiling heights. And even without redesigning the building in any, and no one's still made it clear how high the ground floor ceilings are at the moment. Mr. Malone said he had lowered them another 2 inches. That to me means that they're 9 feet 6 inches tall, 9 feet 4 inches, not 9 feet 6 inches. And if you're trying to sincerely balance the preservation of my view and the height of that ceiling, I would strongly disagree that that's appropriate. If, you know, again, I live in a house with 8-foot ceilings very happily. And this is, I mean, I'm looking at a picture of the house that you have on the screen. It's a nice house, but I don't really see the necessity of having a 9-foot plus ceiling on the ground floor. It can be just as nice a house with an 8-foot ceiling, which will afford me another foot of preservation of my view. And I don't think the excess of having a 9'6" or 9'4" or whatever it actually is, again, no one's really made it clear, at all balances, you're charged to preserve view. I just don't get it. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the comments that were made that you are charged with balancing the preservation of our views with the design of this house. And to say, in essence, again, he's made some effort, but he's entitled to have sort of whatever he wants, I think is entirely inappropriate. I would like these ceilings to be lowered to 8 feet on the ground floor. I'm sure Mr. Leonard can live happily ever after in a house with 8-foot ceilings. I don't think it will compromise the design of the house in any way. It'd still be a beautiful house. And it will give me another foot of preservation of my view. And I really, for the life of me, don't understand why the logic of that isn't convincing. And again, everyone's talking about how it's a balancing act. And I appreciate that. I totally appreciate that. I mean, but I don't think having excessively high ceilings is a balancing act. I think it's entirely inappropriate in the design if you're making a sincere effort to try to have the least possible obstruction of my view. Forgive me, but I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. John, I thought we went over this several times. The actual heights of the ceilings, please. John, are you there?
Sorry, I was muted, I'm sorry. The second floor ceilings are 8'6" in the main volume, 8 foot in the lower volume, the flat roof portion of the north. The ground floor ceilings are 9'4" in the main volume. I think the comment that I would ask the board to consider from the last speaker is that having 8-foot ceilings in this house would not compromise the design of the house in any way. it would significantly compromise the design of the house. So ceiling heights generally, and especially in a more classical mode, are related to the size of the rooms. I think, you know, we might have people say that rooms should just be as small as possible to limit views, but in actuality, in the design of this house, the proportion of the ceiling height relative to the size of the room is very important. So when we move the ground floor ceiling heights down to 9.4, we feel like that is kind of at the limit, and especially for a house of this quality and in this price point, it would be very unusual, if not like in the category of zero chance that it would have ceiling heights of 8 foot on the ground floor.
What was the original height of that ground floor?
I think it was 10'6".
Okay, thank you. Sarah, you indicated that Mr. Hernandez had his hand raised for a second go at it.
Yes.
Sorry, no, I just wanted to point out, well, I guess a couple things to Krupp's point. I don't believe we've seen a cross section of the house, and if I am not mistaken, when I've looked at the elevations, it seems as though the elevation of the home has excessive amounts of space between the finished ceiling height and the following on floor deck. It seems as though there's incremental area there that you know, I've been advised by people that are in construction is excessive. It seems, and actually, as having seen several applications come through this board. Now, when we're talking about the 30-degree rotation, and you know, we're not trying to tell the applicant what they should do with their house. We're just trying to point out that there's many ways to modify this scenario that leads to a lesser obstruction of view. And that's been sort of our purpose, you know, kind of outlining here. I'm not an architect, you know, I'm not telling you to rotate it, you know, and I point out that you can, you know, move the garage, you know, and you know, deal with some of the negative impacts that John had raised and his other deficiencies. I think that the deficiencies in the 30-degree rotation are largely mitigated, and that have been outlined for option A and option C previously. And I just wanted to point out that it's being gaslighted. That's really the point of what we've been articulating here. And sorry, it sounds like you folks have reached a decision. I would like to ask that if this is in fact what's going on, that we be given an opportunity to review the landscaping plan.
Well, the landscaping plan is finalized. Our landscape person, Susan Nolan, has agreed with it, and it's part of the package. We're finished with the landscaping plan as far as Susan Nolan, our landscape architect, has commented that it was well done, actually.
Well, Caesar, if I may, my comment there primarily is that there's a green giant arborvitae in my lot line, in my view shed, like immediately down the lot line.
Right. Thank you. Based on the comments from the public, does the board have anything further to say, Mike?
So I do, only because I wanted to state this for the record. I wanted to address the comments from Mr. McLaughlin and Mr. Krupp at 17 Meadowbrook and at 15 Meadowbrook, because I've been guided at all times by the photographs that were submitted. And the photographs that are submitted showed views from both properties from the rear patio with foliage and without foliage. And the photographs from 15 Meadowbrook with foliage show no river view. And that's what I mean by seasonal. It's only when there is no foliage that there's any view from the rear patio of the river. And the same is true for 17 Meadowbrook. With foliage, there's a very slight, if you peek through some of the foliage, you can possibly see the water, but it's only when there's no foliage, and that's what I refer to as the seasonal view. And so that ultimately the view that's most impacted by this is the one from 19 Meadowbrook. That's all I had to say.
Dan, anything?
Just a quick question to John in reference to the flooding and drainage issues with the recent rains and stuff. You'll be able to overcome those obstacles with the proposed structure, dealing with the floods and.
We're concerned about it. The civil engineer says that the current grading will be able to do that. I think I still have some concerns about it. I think we'll probably, continue to look at it and see if additional drainage needs to happen in the back. But that right now, our civil engineer says that it's doable where it is. He was not happy with the option of moving it down further. And we also reviewed that condition with Doug Hahn briefly too.
So you'd be pretty much able to deal with the situation without either changing your proposed option.
Right. It would be, if there was additional concern, it would be, potentially increasing drainage on the rear of the house. In terms of gathering it in a storm situation that was higher. Right now that we're not proposing that. We think that is sufficient.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Lori?
Yeah, I don't have any other comments. I appreciate all the other board members' comments and questions. They're helpful. Oh, I do just want to say, I think this has been 8 months. The first date was April. So I think this has been going on for 8 months. I just want to, that's an extremely long time.
Thank you, Lori. Kevin?
I don't have anything to add. Thanks, Susan.
Neither do I. I appreciate all the comments from the public. I think it's time to close the public comment, and I'll poll the board. Are you ready for a vote on this, Mike?
I am.
Dan?
I am, yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
And so am I. Mary Ann, do you have a resolution?
Yeah, I've been working it out during the course of the meeting when it was clear this is where you were headed. So it's a little long. Whereas in May 2021, Vivian and Robert Leonard applied for site development plan approval to demolish an existing one-story house and construct a new two-story house and swimming pool at their property at 39 Fargo Lane, which is located in the View Preservation District. And whereas at its May meeting, the planning board expressed concern about the impacts on the views from neighboring properties and directed the applicants to modify their proposal to mitigate those impacts. And whereas neighbors from the 3 abutting properties on Meadowbrook Lane appeared at the May meeting and opposed the application because a two-story house would obscure their view of the Hudson River. And whereas over the course of the next 4 meetings, the applicants presented to the planning board a number of view impact analyses, including 9 different options with different siting orientations and configurations of the house. And whereas the Meadowbrook neighbors and other neighbors submitted letters responding to each of the analyses, and whereas the planning board carefully studied the options and analyzed both their impacts on the view of the river and their feasibility, and whereas the planning board carefully reviewed each of the many letters submitted by abutting property owners and directed applicants to consider most of their suggestions. And whereas the planning board recognized that with respect to each option, one might improve the view for one neighbor, but would further obscure the view for other neighbors. And whereas over the course of the 6 months since submission of the application, the following changes were made to mitigate the impact on the view from the abutting properties. 1, the house was moved back on the site and the first floor elevation was lowered 2 feet into the ground. 2, the interior ceilings on both floors were reduced 1 foot so as to lower the roof height by 2 feet. 3, the ceiling heights and thus the roof height were further reduced 8 inches. And 4, the proposed landscape plan was revised to eliminate the proposed evergreens along the east property line. And whereas the planning board considers it significant that the house meets the coverage, FAR, setbacks, and height requirements of the zoning code, that it is located on the lowest portion of the site, that its total height is almost 8 feet lower than what the zoning code permits, that the proposed house has a low slope roof, and that the proposed attic exists only to house ductwork and does not provide storage area. And whereas Han Engineering reviewed the plans and in memoranda dated May 3rd, July 6th, July 30th, August 27th, and October 5th, listed a number of items which were all addressed in subsequent submissions. And where Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and made a number of recommendations which were all followed to her satisfaction. And whereas the planning board held a public hearing on the application on May 5th, July 7th, August 4th, September 1st, October 6th, and November 3rd. And whereas the proposed house, as modified throughout the planning board review process, is sited and configured so as to cause the least reasonably possible obstruction of the Hudson River for all of the neighboring properties. And whereas the action is a type 2 action under SEQA and therefore requires no environmental review, now therefore be resolved, the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Leonard Residence, prepared by Ferguson Malone, and the plans prepared by, and stormwater management plan prepared by Hudson Engineering and Consulting, subject to complying with the items listed in the November 2nd, 2021 Han memorandum. If that reflects what the board.
Sounds pretty good to me. I make a motion that we approve that resolution. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, I'm going to poll for a vote. Mike,
I vote aye and authorize Sarah to vote to sign for me.
Dan,
Vote in favor and authorize Sarah to sign.
Lori,
I also vote in favor and authorize Sarah to sign. And Marianne, that was the most thorough resolution I think I've heard yet.
and Kevin.
I vote yes and authorize Sarah.
This is Caesar, and I vote yes and authorize Sarah to sign for me. Again, I want to thank the applicant and the participating public. And again, the technology would not have been able to look at this the way we did without the technology and the use of that technology by the applicant. Thank you all. It's time to move on to the next application. Thank you again. That would be number 5 on our hit parade, which is 50 Half Moon Lane. That's 2021-20. We have an applicant for 50 Half Moon Lane.
Good evening. This is Tassos Kokoris, the architect for the applicant. I believe Mr. Null will be with us shortly. If not, I will continue the presentation. May I share screen, please? Or you have it here. Okay. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Now we can, oh,
Great.
Yeah.
This is a letter that was prepared by Mr. Knoll, who is our attorney, and submitted to you. At the last meeting, we reviewed the site plan and the various elements of the site plan application. The only outstanding item was the design of the fence on the street. And you asked us to prepare certain options that you will review tonight and hopefully select one for approval. We have 4 options for you to review, and I don't want to take too much time and be too long in describing them. I'll show you pictures that for each one. What I would call design A is a white fence. It's a wood or wood composite that's painted. It has a lower portion that is solid and an upper portion that is see-through. The plantings you see in the background correspond to the planting plan, one for one, evergreens and deciduous trees. And the elevation of the house relative to the street is shown to scale.
and you're saving the 2 trees we required you to save.
That's correct. That's the evergreens here on the left. The one evergreen and the large deciduous here on the side.
Yeah. Okay.
The second design is a wrought iron top fence with wrought iron gates and a natural wood base.
Can you blow that up a little bit so we can see the iron?
Sure. Right there.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
Again, self-evident, I don't need to explain too much about it. It's more transparent. I have to say initially that the client's preference is option A, which is this one. But we realized that we wanted to present a few more for you. So then this is option B, again, the natural wood fence with the wrought iron top and gate. Then we have option C, which is essentially the existing design that's there now with wrought iron gates. That we needed to present that as another option for you. It's obviously a lot more solid and a lot less chance for a view through this fence. And the last option is a combination of a white fence with a wrought iron top and a white gate.
Mr. Chairman, members of the planning board, I'm sorry, for some reason I wasn't able to get in earlier. William Knoll from Cuddy and Fader. Thank you, Tazos, for presenting this.
Sure.
Could you go back to option B?
Option B, certainly. Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of the white because it just sort of leaps out at you. I like this. Let me get some comment from the other board members. Mike?
Wait, it isn't, I'm sorry, I just want to ask, is this street elevation B that the pictures are covering it? Caesar just referred to it as 3, but I think that's page
No,
3.
B as in boy.
B as in boy, okay.
This is B as in boy, yes.
So yes, I too prefer B, certainly over A and the other 2 options.
Dan?
I would say C because it somewhat mimics what's there, but the dark weave is a little too dark. You know, if not, B looks fairly, as an alternative to C.
Sounds like you're leaning towards B. B as in boy.
B as in boy, but see if they lighten the color of the weave of the fence rather than the dark wood, sort of lighten it a bit. It might be a little more attractive than the B, I would say.
See, I like a little more visibility that you're not looking at it from the street level. When you walk by, you're not looking at a blank wall.
No, exactly. Yeah. Oh, I see. With B. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Laurie? Laurie?
Yeah, B, hands down, when I looked at it. I don't remember any other houses on that street having a white fence. I didn't get a chance to buzz down there. So I also do think like something a little bit more natural is keeping in character.
Yes. There is a white fence on the corner of Buckout and Clinton, on the corner house, Mateo's house. And to give you an idea what a white fence might look like. Kevin?
Isn't that neighboring house the black fence, like option C?
Yes.
Neighbor? Yes.
It's weathered, but you're right. It's very similar to option C, but it's weathered and much of the paint is faded off.
Could you, is it possible to scroll over to see the neighbor? Or
No, but I have a photograph of that. Let me just share that for you. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Let me stop that. And that's the fence. This is the neighboring fence, and this is the fence of our property here on the left.
what do you think, Kevin?
This is, I mean, I'm okay with either B or C, honestly.
Okay. Well, like Laurie said, hands down, B as in boy. I'm also hands down, B as in boy. Mike, you seem to be pretty comfortable or positive about B as in boy.
Yeah, because it's you can have visibility through it. I mean, the whole issue with 50 Half Moon was the view of the river from the street here. And I'm not saying that you have the river, but this is much more open. So I'll adopt Laurie's words and say B, hands down.
Okay, applicant, I guess we decided that it's a B. B as in boy.
That's terrific. Thank you. That's very clear. I appreciate your review.
I want to compliment you on the variety of choices and coming up with something that's half and half, a little compromise of visibility, and also it's the mild presentation of the color. The texture is more in keeping with the natural as opposed to something white. Even with all due respect to the owner who wanted a white fence.
It's all about the white picket fence, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Any public, Sarah?
There are no comments in the chat and no one has their hand raised to speak.
Did you say no one?
No one.
Okay. Public hearing is closed. And Mary Ann, you have a resolution?
Yeah, I do. Whereas in May 2021, Laxman Desai applied for site development plan approval to demolish an existing one-story house and pool and replace it with a new two-story house and pool at his property at 50 Half Moon Lane, which is located in the View Preservation District. And whereas the originally proposed construction would require variances for coverage and height, and whereas response to the planning board's expressed concerns, the applicant revised the proposal so it would not require a height variance and would reduce the coverage significantly, although would still require a variance. And whereas again, in response to the planning board's concerns, the applicant reduced the coverage of the improvements significantly to comply with the limits in the zoning code. And whereas it is June 2nd, 2021 meeting, the planning board directed the applicant to focus on the view impacts from neighboring properties. And at the August 4th, 2021 meeting, the applicant presented a plan that lowered the house into the site so that it was 3 feet lower than the previous proposal. And whereas Han Engineering reviewed the plans and in memoranda dated various dates listed a number of items which were addressed in subsequent submissions. And whereas Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and made several recommendations, including that applicants preserve the 40-inch American basswood and 22-inch white pine, which were all complied with in subsequent submissions. And whereas the planning board held a public hearing on the application on May 5th, June 2nd, August 4th, September 1st, October 6th, and November 3rd. And whereas the planning board carefully reviewed the view preservation photographs and analysis submitted by the applicant and determined that the currently proposed construction was sited, sized, and configured so as to minimize the obstruction of the view of the Hudson River from neighboring properties. And whereas the action is a type 2 action under SECRA, therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Desai Residence, prepared by Insight Engineering, and proposed residence at 50 Half Moon Lane, all prepared by Tassos Kokoris, subject to installing the iron and stained wood fence and iron gate shown on street elevation B, submitted for the November 3rd, 2021 planning board meeting.
Terrific. I make a motion to approve the resolution. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mike, you want to vote?
I vote aye and authorize Sarah to sign for me.
Dan,
I vote in favor and designate Sarah to sign for me.
Laurie,
I vote in favor and designate Sarah to sign on my behalf.
Kevin,
I vote in favor and designate Sarah to sign on my behalf.
I vote yes and authorize Sarah to sign for me. Again, I'd like to comment on the expertise of the applicant's consultants, the use of technology. And again, I'll reiterate what I said before, without the modern technology that gives the board the ability to view in almost real life renditions what projections, what the project's projected to look like. I don't think we could have done a valuable evaluation without the proper use of the technology as you performed in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the board's time and consideration. It's very much appreciated.
Okay, I think we're done. Okay, we'll
Have a
move
good
on.
night and a happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, thank you. Moving on to number 6, 23 Hudson Avenue, which is 2021-19. Make a warning of after this application, we're going to take a short break at around 10 or 10:15, whenever this particular 23 Hudson is finished.
Good evening, everyone. Lou Saiz, architect here, representing Perry Lopez, the owner. Since last time, I think we've addressed all the comments that Han Engineering and Nolan Landscape Architects had. I do believe that's the situation. If I need to be corrected, feel free to.
Doug, did we get all the permits, water, watershed, floodplain, whatever was needed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we we only have the variance comments and Suzanne's.
Okay.
There were 2 additional comments that Nolan Landscape had that we could definitely, address at the next planning board meeting that we come in front of, but we would like to see if we could go and be referred to the ZBA to go after the variances that we require to go forward.
Well, we're going to do better than that. Make it a condition of the resolution. And Mike, you got any comment on this?
No, I don't.
Dan,
No comment, Caesar. Thank you.
Laurie,
No comment, thank you.
Kevin?
No comment. Thanks, Caesar.
I have no comment. Any public, Sarah?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
All right, Mary Ann, you have a resolution of approval?
Yeah. Whereas in May 2021, Perry Lopez applied for site development plan approval to construct a two-family house on his property at 23 Hudson Avenue, but the planning board determined that the property had a site capacity of only one. And on August 17th, 2021, the zoning board of appeals granted a site capacity variance for a two-family house on the property. And whereas the property is adjacent to the Sunnyside Brook floodplain, and therefore the applicant submitted an application for a floodplain development permit. And whereas the property is within 100 feet of a wetland, and therefore the applicant submitted an application for a freshwater wetlands permit. And whereas the proposed construction may fill, divert, or alter a natural water course, and therefore the applicant submitted an application for a water bodies and water courses permit. And whereas the application requires variances from the zoning board of appeals for coverage and intrusion into the front yard setback, whereas Han Engineering reviewed the plans and in memoranda dated July 6th and October 5th listed several issues to be addressed, all of which were addressed in a subsequent submission. And whereas the planning board held a public hearing on the application on July 7th, October 6th, and November 3rd. And whereas Han Engineering reviewed the applications for the floodplain development permit, freshwater wetlands permit, and water bodies and water courses permit, and in its memorandum dated November 2nd, 2021, determined that all requirements for the permits were satisfied. And whereas Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and made two recommendations in her memorandum dated November 2nd, 21, second. And whereas the actions type 2 action under secret, now therefore be it resolved that the planning board grants the application for a floodplain development permit, a freshwater wetlands permit, and a water bodies and water courses permit, and site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Proposed Two-Family Dwelling, all prepared by Hudson Engineering. And the plans entitled Proposed Two-Family Residence, prepared by Louis Sauls, and the landscape plan prepared by Aspect 120 Landscape Architects, subject to 1, receiving variances from the ZBA for coverage in the front yard setback, and 2, complying with the recommendations in the November 2nd, 2021 memorandum from Suzanne Nolan.
Hey, sounds good. I make a motion to approve the resolution as read. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mike?
I vote aye and authorize Sarah to sign for me.
Dan?
I vote in favor and designate Sarah to sign for me.
Laurie?
I vote in favor and authorize Sarah to sign on my behalf.
Kevin?
I vote yes and authorize Sarah.
I'm Caesar, and I vote yes and authorize Sarah to sign. Thank you very much for your application and processing this. It went, there was a lot of things on this property with the stream in the back, but it's all been taken care of.
Thank you very much. Have a nice Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you.
Take care.
We're going to take a short break. It's 5 minutes to 10. We'll come back at 5 minutes after 10. Thank you. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, you could be missing out on extra benefits simply not covered under Medicare Plans A and B. That's right, there are millions of people on Medicare who don't have Medicare. And phone lines get busy during the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now before the deadline for your free, no obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-704-0017. 800-704-0017. Oh, great.
I know it's 10 o'clock. Is everybody back? I know I said 5 after 10, but. Mike? We got Mike back. Lori?
A couple of minutes early.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
okay.
here.
I'm trying to squeeze this all in before.
No, that's
midnight.
okay.
We came within 3
I'm here,
minutes of
Caesar.
midnight last time.
Okay.
Just Kevin. Is Kevin here?
Okay.
Okay, everyone's here, Caesar.
Ed?
Oh, except Ed. Ed's not, actually. But the next one's a resolution, so you probably don't need Ed.
You're probably correct. Okay,
Ed's here. I'm dealing with some family issues right now.
okay, the dog. We just did the 23 Hudson, so that's number 6. Number 7, 2 Ardsley Avenue East, that's 2021-15.
Hello, John Malone again, back for the Keckman Greenberg pool. I think when we
What?
last,
Oh, you said Greenberg.
yeah, great, sorry, wrong name.
No, you said Keckman Greenberg.
I said Keckman, but I said Greenberg, it's not, it's Greenberg, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So basically the change that we had made from our last meeting is the relocation of the playset, and the playset is considered a structure, and so it needs a variance from the ZBA. And you guys just wanted to take a look at that location. I can share screen. So the location where we had it before was inside the pool enclosure fence in this area here. And that's effectively a front yard. And it has been moved to the side yard here where it has lower impact. And this was the location that the zoning board asked, was sort of directing us to put it.
All right, and this has to go for a variance from the ZBA just for the playground.
Correct.
Ed, is there anything else from us? I mean, the coverage was already approved by the ZBA.
They're all set, Caesar, just a variance from the.
Yeah, they got all the variances they need, but then now they need a new one for the swing set.
Okay. Mike, you have any comment?
I do not.
Dan?
No comment, thank you.
Lori?
No comment.
Kevin?
No, thank you.
My only comment is I didn't care for this cluttered shoehorn operation first time around, and I still have great concerns. But we'll move on. Mary Ann, you have a resolution?
Yeah, you want to check with the public?
Any public? Sarah?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
All right, Mike. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you went through
Mary
that.
Ann.
Okay, the resolution. In April 2021, Betta Keckman and Igor Greenberg applied for site development plan approval to construct a pool at their house at 2 Ardsley Avenue East. And was applicants proposed 2 possible locations for the pool, one in the Broadway buffer and one in the eastern side yard of their property. And was the planning board advised the applicants that it was not likely to approve a swimming pool in the Broadway buffer, and was the application was revised to locate the pool in the eastern side yard, and was the proposed pool exceeded permitted coverage and was within the required side yard setback and the 20-foot pool setback, thus requiring variances from the zoning board of appeals. And where at its July 7th, 2021 meeting, a majority of planning board members advised the applicants that they were not likely to approve the pool because it required a coverage variance of over 75% and would result in an overly intense use of the property. And whereas it's sometimes subsequent to the April application, applicants installed a play gym in the Broadway buffer. And whereas prior to receiving site development plan approval, the applicants applied to the ZBA for variances for the pool for coverage and setbacks, as well as a variance for placing the play gym in the Broadway buffer. And whereas on September 21st, 2021, the ZBA granted coverage and setback variances for the pool and a coverage variance for the playground, but denied the request for a variance to locate the playground in the Broadway buffer. And whereas the application was modified to reduce the size of the pool and move the playground out of the Broadway buffer as required by the ZBA. And whereas the current location of the play gym in the required side yard requires a side yard setback variance. And whereas Han Engineering reviewed the plans and in memoranda dated April 5th, May 3rd, June 1st, July 6th, and July 30th listed a number of issues to be addressed, all of which were addressed in subsequent submissions. And whereas Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape architect, reviewed the plans and made a number of recommendations which were addressed in subsequent submissions. And whereas the planning board held a public hearing on the application on April 7th, May 5th, June 2nd, July 7th, October 6th, and November 3rd, whereas it's type 2 action under secret. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Keckman Greenberg Swimming Pool, all as prepared by Ferguson Malone Architecture, subject to receiving a variance from the ZBA for the playground in the required side yard.
Okay, thank you, Mary Ann. Would somebody make a motion to approve?
I'll,
Vote.
I motion to approve.
Does someone second?
Second.
Mike, you want to vote?
so before I vote, I would say that I wasn't in favor, like Caesar, I wasn't in favor of this to begin with, but I was also being guided by my view that the pool shouldn't be where it is. But now the owner the applicant having gotten the variance and is entitled to put the pool where it is, and there are no other restrictions on that pool. I view our review as being limited. And so I vote aye for the resolution and authorize Sarah to sign for me.
Thanks, Mike. Dan?
I vote in favor and designate Sarah to sign for me, but I too echo the same comments as you, Caesar, and Mike.
Lori?
I voted in favor and authorize Sarah to sign on my behalf.
Well, my comments remain the same and.
Wait, Kevin,
Oh,
I vote
Kevin,
in
I'm
favor and
sorry.
authorize Sarah.
Okay. My comments remain the same from the beginning. I agree with Mike, except I didn't change my mind. I vote no and do not authorize my signature on the document. Okay, we're moving on.
Hey, guys.
Thank you, John.
All right, bye-bye.
Number 8, 100 North Mountain Drive, better known as the Ardsley Country Club, 2021-38.
Good evening, Chairman, and members of the board. Zach Pearson with Inside Engineering, Surveying and Landscape Architecture here on behalf of Ardsley Country Club. I believe David Oakes, the club president, Mark Cuccinell, the vice president, and Ben Chair, the general manager, are also on the call this evening. We're back before you this month for site development approval. Since last month, we responded to the town engineer's memo and the landscape architecture memo as well. We did review the issues raised by the chairman relative to the drainage along the 17th hole, and provided some information and mitigation for what we found out there. We relocated the proposed utility route for the water service for the halfway house to be outside of any limits of any wetlands or water courses. Also, we eliminated the sewer connection to Dobbs Ferry. We kept that all internal in the village of Irvington. We did take a look at the open space. The table on drawing OP1 was updated. We did provide a figure as well that showed that we are less than 20% in accordance with town code. And we did get into some of the landscape, located some existing trees, and showed that as well. So we are in receipt of the town engineer's memo ahead of the meeting. There are a couple things in there. One, if I could share my screen, I just wanted to go through the building height variance, just to discuss that quickly. So,
Is that, Ed, are you on?
I am, Marianne.
Okay.
So sorry, let's see here. Just to review the building height, I discussed this with Ed after the last meeting. What we did is we provided pathways to the 3 existing paddle tennis courts, which are the lighter shade, and the darker shade is the 2 new proposed paddle tennis courts. We did provide an ADA access to the courts, along the existing putting green shown here. And then this pathway system from the existing parking area of the club comes down and then interconnects these lower, well, basically all 5 courts, but you can get to these lower 3 courts from this pathway system. What's there now currently is there's an existing path that gets to court 3, and then there's an existing pathway down to 2. So to try to get a little bit more sensible flow to and from the courts, from the parking areas, as opposed to running pathways up from below, or individual pathways to each court. We're going to be looking to do, this type of arrangement as far as the connections go. And based on Ed's determination, or the building inspector's determination, this would need a building height variance based on them all being connected by a single path. Additionally, I did take a look at a second hard look at the coverage. I just wanted to touch on that briefly. Right now, all the properties in Irvington total roughly 2 million square feet. The existing coverage in Irvington and the 4 parcels that are in Irvington, the existing coverage is roughly 5.9%, which is greater than the 3.5, maximum per the zone, for the rec zone. We are increasing coverage by roughly 1,600 square feet. But again, it's an existing condition that we're currently over the coverage for those 4 lots in Irvington. We did take a look at the coverage for the entire course, what goes into Dobbs Ferry. It's roughly the same number. It's roughly 6% in that general area. So I do believe we're going to need a variance for coverage on that as well.
Caesar, I want to ask, you said that your total additional coverage is 1,600? Somehow I came to over that when you add, isn't it 1,600 per court and then an extra? The reason I ask is if it's under 4,000, you don't need to do a secret. It's a type 2 under secret. But if there's more than 4,000 square feet of coverage, you need to do the secret thing. I thought you're adding a total of 4,000.
Yeah, per this worksheet we did, again, I could double check that, but I believe I can pull that up quickly.
I thought thought each court was like six, isn't each court
30 by
20 that can,
second. 30 by 60, so 180 square feet.
times 3 is 5,400, yeah. And then there was a, you added also onto the house. Okay, so it does exceed, okay. So we need to do secret, not that it's a big deal, but okay.
Right.
And could you also show me, you said you had on the sheet, you had the calculations for the open
Yep.
space area. I saw the depiction
Oh,
of it,
sure.
but I didn't see numbers.
Yeah, so the numbers are shown on drawing OP1. I'll go back to the table. We added it to the very end of the bulk zoning table.
The reason I'm asking this to the board is there's a requirement that they have 20% open space, and that doesn't include, the fairways or anything else.
Right, so the minimum open space is 20%. We had almost 500,000 square feet.
And that not including the fairways and stuff,
Correct,
right?
yeah, that is
The way the code read.
correct,
Okay.
exactly. That's this figure here, that 500,000 square feet is all.
Okay, yeah, so I saw this thing, but I didn't see the other thing. So the comment that Han has on number 3, that was put in at my request. That comment doesn't need to be there anymore since that's satisfied.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, just going back to the coverage, it's a minor increase, but looking at the, just go to the, here's our existing coverage. There are the 4 parcels in Irvington. That's the 128,000 square feet of coverage in those 4 lots. And then, here's the proposed coverage where we add the 2 small paddle tennis courts plus the additional impervious around the paddle tennis court. So it's a 1% increase, but again, in the existing condition, those 4 parcels are technically over the 3.5% per the code for the rec zone.
Hey, is your presentation complete? I have a few questions.
Sure.
Our landscape architect said that you got a proposal for a privet, that's not okay because it's banned by DEC.
Yeah, we could revise that, absolutely, not an issue.
And I think we need a little more specifics on the location of the trees. You got many trees going in, but if you give us a general area where they're going.
Yeah,
you don't have to put an X on the plan, but it would be nice to know approximately where they're going.
Sure. Yeah, we had a note on the drawing basically saying, I believe, just off the top of my head, I think there was 141 dBH of trees to be removed, and per code we're required to install that. The note said something to the effect where, yes, the club would install trees equivalent to the ones being removed in the village of Irvington, on the property in the village of Irvington. So
I think we need a little more specific than.
no problem. We can talk to the club and we'll figure out where we can plant the trees. We'll give you a depiction of that.
Did you do the calculations, whether you need sprinklers or not, which will determine whether that 1-inch line is okay?
We did. There was a comment on it in the town engineer's memo regarding the calculation. I did follow up with the architect and the MEP. It is a class A2 building, and their opinion is that sprinklers are not required.
Yes and no. Provide me the outline of how they got there. So from an A to a B.
Absolutely. I could pull it up. I have the letter they gave us, but
do it before your next submission so we get it resolved.
Absolutely, not an issue.
I don't want to approve 1 inch and then find out when it goes for a building permit that it should be 2 inch, and then you got to come back to us.
Hey, Ed, I did speak to the architect. He told me that if he had to reduce the size of the building by, I think it was whether 10 square feet or something minor.
Something like that. Okay, that's fine. I just don't want it holding up the project later.
They wanted to maintain the 1 inch, I believe.
Okay, well, they're gonna have a volume problem anyway.
Okay, now, when you started off, you talked about my comment about the connection of the 1-inch line to the water main over by the back of the green of 17th, the 17th hole. I had a concern not only of the existing wash, but what kind of erosion control you're going to have over there when you do the digging. I don't know how close you are to the hill that goes down to the pond, but if you're digging up the area to make a connection of the 1 inch to the main, if there's a potential of erosion, you need to do erosion control there, and I don't see any.
Yeah, absolutely. So right here, you can see here's the 18th P box. The meter pit is, you can very faintly see it on the image here, adjacent to the 18th T and the cart path. We can certainly get some silt fence on below this. Erosion sediment controls, absolutely. And
Because I don't know where the hill starts dropping off from where your connection is, but it does drop off there.
It does. This is kind of on a flat spot. This kind of rises up a little bit. This is on a flatter area. The hill, the edge of this cart path is kind of the start of where it drops down to the path by Halsey Pond.
Right. That's what I think.
Right. So we could very simply put some silt fence in here. And again, what's going on here is there's 4 existing very small inlets with pipes, 4-inch pipes out of the back of them. We're proposing there is stone protection at the outfalls of those pipes, and we're proposing to kind of reinstall that in accordance, with the details.
Yeah, but the real gully wash is by where your connection is. I don't know if you saw that.
So I saw a big gully over. I saw it over here, like
okay.
Side, and, club property again. Doug's comments, location of club property through here, so we'll certainly address that. When I walked around the back of this 18T, I was pretty sure I was off of club property. That one gully I saw was over in this area. If you can see where my hand is.
Where's the water coming from that causes that?
Not totally sure. There's a little bit of a belly that kind of starts farther up and kind of works its way down.
It starts on the club property.
Part of it starts on the club property, part of it's off.
Oh, see what you can do about the water. Take a closer look at it. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Before we do, Marianne, we're going to do the EAF, correct?
Yeah, well, it'll be real quick. Do you want me to do it now?
Let me do comment from the board first. Mike?
I have no comments.
Dan?
No comments. Thank you.
Lori?
No comments. Thank
Kevin?
Thanks, Caesar.
Okay. All right, you can read along. Sarah sent out the EAF. Marianne will go through it.
I sent it around to everybody.
Yeah.
But the part 1 they filled out, and that's just the information. The thing that the board has to sign off on is what says part 2. Okay, and there's 11 questions on there. I'll just go through them, and if we think either there's a no or small, moderate income impact, I'll say, yeah, no or small. And then if you disagree, stop me, just so this doesn't take too long. Will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulations? No. Will the proposed action result in the use or intensity of land? No, or small impact. If there's any, it would be a small impact. Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community? No. Will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of a critical environmental area? No. Will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway? No. Will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy? And I think it means if it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities? No. Will the proposed action impact existing public-private water supplies? No. Or public-private wastewater treatment utilities? No. Will it impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? No. Will it result in an adverse change to natural resources, e.g. wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora and fauna? No. Will it result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems? No. Will the proposed action create a hazard to environmental resources or human health? no. If you agree with all of that, I'll just make the negative declaration part of the resolution of approval, which will probably be at the next meeting, assuming they satisfy everything.
Okay.
Okay?
And, any comment from the board on this EAF reading? Mike, Dan, Lori, Kevin,
No comments.
Sarah,
I
any
think I
comment?
approve the form as Mary Ann read it.
Mary Ann, Sarah, do you have any comment from the public?
There are no comments in the chat and nobody's raising their hand to speak.
Mary Ann, for procedural, Mike said we don't have to approve this tonight because it'll be part of the resolution. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you for your presentation. And we'll see you next time.
So I have a question. If we can be referred to the zoning board to go after height variance and the coverage variance.
I don't see a problem with this either.
What'd you say, Ed? You didn't see a problem?
I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm fine with it. Ed, what's the sequencing? Will they see the zoning board before they see us again?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's just some technical details, the tree planting and whatever else I asked for.
Build fence and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I got the notes.
And the sprinklers.
Yep.
I lost, oh, here it is. I lost the page that I was questioning. And you know you're going to replace the privet.
Yes.
Okay. There's really not that much for you to do, so it's okay to go to the ZBA.
Great.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. See you next month. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, thank you. Next, number 9 is 61 Butterwood Lane West, 2021-37.
Hello, good evening. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
If you can do it, yes. While he's doing that, I'd like to make note of 2 letters we received actually supporting the project. It was from Rick and Kim Taylor and Hannah and Brett Parker.
Thank you. So last time we were here, we had discussed some of the issues, and we received Han Engineering's report back from our resubmission. So I thought we'd just kind of go over those topics and answer any questions that we may have. Last time we discussed the coverage. So we added the front patio in, and we added the existing condensers because we had an oversight. We didn't add those 2 in. So these are the condensers. This is the existing bluestone patio that's there. So we added that square footage in, and this is the total proposed coverage. With the existing being at 15.6, we're proposed at 19.4. The other comment that came back was about access to the site. So we're not planning on utilizing Hamilton. There are 2 fronts on this property, Hamilton and Butterwood, sorry. We're not planning on utilizing Hamilton at all. So we're going to try to access it directly through the driveway, through the side entrance. So we're showing a construction path to our proposed deck that's in the back of the property off of the existing deck that's there now that we're just remodeling to allow for the addition. Another comment that came back was about the pool itself and how we're going to, where the equipment's going to go. We plan on putting the equipment under the deck. It's all low voltage electrical equipment. So we're going to put that under the deck we are showing in plan where that's going to be. If this is our foundation plan, we plan on putting the equipment somewhere over here with an access, with a lattice that basically goes over. That can be accessed through a panel, an access panel. The deck itself the pool itself is impervious, but the deck is semi-impervious because we do allow water to pass through, and we do provide some level of drainage. We're providing additional drainage around the pool. There's existing dry well that we can tie into that's currently being used for the roof and the roof leaders to allow the drainage. We added the guardrail because there was a concern that there was no guardrail previously, so we added the guardrail on. There was a comment from the landscape architect regarding the screening of the pool. So the pool currently is about 5 feet off of grade. And the big concern was about the deer eating or vegetating on the existing landscape. As you can see, it's fully enclosed with greenery, and there's not a lot of protection from the animals that are there currently. And there's still heavily greened and heavily covered areas, but we did introduce some ideas if we needed to put any additional coverage underneath. We certainly can, but the deck is above a point where the deer would not have any access to it. So we can certainly add additional planting if necessary. And that's there's 2 fronts on the property currently now, so that was the other one that we needed a variance for. But based on that, we would have to go for a variance regardless because of the 2 fronts if we put any kind of pool in. But we did, this is a modest sized pool, so we're not putting anything that's too large on the site. So that's basically it.
Okay. One of your responses to request for screening was your screening comment was only as required. Actually, it was required and is absent, so you need to do that.
Well, what I mean by as required, meaning I'm assuming we're concerned about any exposure to the pool itself. My question really is because it's above ground level, and I think the landscapes architect's comment is specific to deer vegetating on the existing, because item number 2, to deer browsing. So what I'm basically saying is that the deer level would be much lower than the pool. So if we, and it's currently enclosed now, so there's not a lot of open areas now. But if we needed to provide additional vegetation, we're open to doing that.
Well, I'm glad you're open to it because the landscape architect said you need to do it. So please provide it. And if you're confused about what I suggest you contact her direct.
Yeah, we can speak to Nolan direct. I mean, she made some suggestion on vegetation, which is the ones that I listed on the response. And we can certainly ask her where she'd like to have the vegetation placed.
Okay, thank you.
And oblige to it.
Ed, the pool equipment under the deck, is that okay?
Yes.
As long as the pool heater is electric and not gas.
It's electric. And we sent the specifications along with our response. If you need me to pull it up, I can certainly do so.
Ed, we asked for the coverage calculations to be fixed and tidied up. He said he did that. Were you satisfied with that?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're good.
All right, but we need you did a comparison by photograph, I think. We would like to see a neighborhood comparison table for coverage so that your coverage is compared to several houses in the area, say for argument's sake, within the 200-foot notice area. So you could do a comparison table of coverage so that we can see how this deviates from the existing conditions in the neighborhood.
Right, so I did take each one of these properties to what I can find in regards to their square footage and their relationship to the lot.
And we'd like to see it in the table so it's more obvious.
Oh,
to
you mean like an Excel table? Sure.
Spreadsheet kind of thing.
Yeah, I can provide a spreadsheet with an Excel sheet, sure. no
Yeah,
problem.
but wait a minute, but is that gonna work? Cause where you've got total living area, aren't you just including the house?
Well, it's the house and the decks, right? You're looking for coverage, right?
Well, there's,
So, for
some
instance,
of them
this
have
house here-
some of them have swimming pools. That's not included in the livable area, is it?
No, but I also, I'm trying to figure out how to calculate the pool size with this equipment. I mean, I can approximate if you'd like me to do that. I
Okay,
can do
you
that.
then approximate, because it's not just the house area, it's the coverage, because that's what your variance is for, is coverage.
Okay.
And,
Like
and
I said, I
include
can give you
the,
approximations.
include the percentage over allowable and, the way that we calculated it for comment number 1 too, please.
Okay, so you basically would like this area.
Do we have a
house-
form? Do we have a form table that he could use so he could fill in the blanks?
I could send something that someone else has done.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do that now. Tonight.
Mike, do you have any comment?
No.
Dan,
No comments. Thank you.
Lori,
No comment.
Kevin?
No, thank you.
Okay, I'm done. Sarah, anything from the public?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay, so the quick question, once I respond to the coverage area, do we feel that we can move on to the ARB and resolve that there? Or am I gonna be?
Well, if you
Cover
resolve,
your numbers right, and then you need to resolve your ZBA. Can't send you to ZBA, we're not sure about some of your numbers. And can't go to the ARB till you have all your approvals, other than the ARB.
So once I do this chart, you're saying that will dictate whether I can go to ZBA?
Once this board accepts that chart,
right, I was just
Send
gonna
it to
add
ZBA.
that. It's not just doing the chart, we have to accept it.
Understood, but once the chart is accepted, then you'll allow us to go to ZBA to get the approvals there. So you're saying that regardless, we'd have to go to ZBA?
you have to go to ZBA, but you can't get to ZBA because your documents haven't been certified yet.
I understand what you're saying. I just wanted clarity whether this would have to go to ZBA regardless, but based on what I'm understanding, we'd have to go to ZBA.
Yes.
After all the clarity is presented.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're done. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Moving on to number 10, 39 Matheson Park, 2021-35.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Robert Cardello, Cardello Architects. Here for 39 Matheson, the Bittencourt residence. This is our third night with you guys, and I think we're getting close, or we're there. I'm happy to walk you through we have a James Hahn memo from yesterday, which we can talk about, or if you have specific questions, I'm happy to answer them.
The question I have is, could you show the 25-foot line from the stream and wetlands where these boulders are going to go? And could you show us a little detail on on what the boulders are? I mean, are they 10-foot boulders, 2-foot boulders? Maybe you do, I missed it.
Yes, absolutely. I believe I'm joined tonight by Paul Janig, who's our wetlands and soil consultant. And he may have he may be able to embellish a little bit more on that. But I will show you his document here.
And plus, you have to talk to either Ed or Mary Ann about a bond needed for the mitigation of the wetland down there.
Yes, sir. Noted. So on Mr. Janig's plan here, you'll notice the boulders placed here and highlighted, both here and on the upland side of where the current pool is located. I don't know if there is specific language about what those boulders are.
We'd like to see a red line at the 20-foot buffer line. And so that we're not placing boulders in the 25-foot buffer.
Okay. The 25-foot buffer is this dark line you see here. In what you're asking for is have Mr. Janig's boulders shown on this plan?
Yeah, and extend the line down either upstream or downstream. I forget which way the stream is going.
The stream, sorry. The graphics are pretty terrible, I have to admit. But if you look here, this is indicating, this arrow here is indicating the 25-foot buffer off of the edge of the stream, which you see noted here.
We want to make sure that when you have a contractor out there, he's not pushing the boulders around.
Right.
A line that's obvious, and that where the boulders are going to be not beyond that line, and
Yep.
a little detail on the boulders.
If I could, can you hear me all right?
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, I'm Paul Janik. Sorry about that. I had a slide rule in college, so I'm just figuring this out here. So in reference to the boulders, so on the plan that I prepared, the mitigation plan, planting plan, I've shown on my plan at least where my area that I'm working with the 25-foot setback line, boulders placed. And those are depicted on the plan. They're colored in, they're called out. And then if you go over to the key, that's in the lower right corner of the document, you'll see a PTB. And those are called placed tabular boulders. So if you go up to where the 25-foot line is, you see these things.
You're going in and out.
Well, am I in?
Now you're in.
I'll have to stay close to the computer, but the boulders are shown on my plan, PTBs. If you go to the lower right-hand corner of the document, in the key there, it says, it calls out the dimensions of the boulder.
Oh, okay.
And they're basically 3 feet long, 2 foot in height, and 2.5 foot wide. So they're tabular, certainly not easy to move. And then they're spaced along that 25-foot setback line.
Yeah, it's not clear. I mean, for if contractor goes in there, we'd like to see it really obvious where that 25-foot line is, and
yes.
extend it.
It'd have to be staked out by, the surveyor would stake that out.
Well, we'd like to see it on the set of plans, so that if a contractor who's putting the boulders in picks up the set of plans, he knows where the line is. Okay. Ed, you got anything to add to that? I may not be saying it the way we talked.
Yeah, so if you can demonstrate these boulder placements, specifically the ones on the along the watercourse, on the site plan, And then have a note saying they have to be X, whatever the distance you want to agree to. That would be
Okay.
helpful. This way, it starts the project off right and finishes the project right.
Got it.
That's the only outstanding issue, which is not overly difficult to solve. And you still need to get a bond because of the mitigation requires it. And I'm going to canvass the board. I think it's okay to go to the ZBA while you're fixing this. Mike, you got any comments on this?
No comments.
And going to the ZBA while I fix the line.
That's fine with me.
Dan?
I have no objections, Caesar, and I'm good with them going to the ZBA.
Laurie?
Yeah, I agree. And I actually like that you can keep moving them along while they fix the things that they need to for.
Yeah, it's not a big fix, so they can move along. Kevin?
Same here. I agree.
Mary Ann, do they know what they need to do for the bond?
Well, no, I think Ed knows what the amount should be.
Yeah, get us a cost estimate of the mitigation work and get it to Doug and we'll work on it from there.
Okay.
Okay, I think you're all set to go to the ZBA and to work on the bond and putting a line on a set of plans.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well done.
Forgive me, can I ask one?
Any public comment? Oh, Sarah, any public comment before they go?
There are no comments in the chat and nobody's raising their hand to speak.
All right, we're done then. All right, thank you.
Oh, hold on, Caesar. I think
Wow.
Mr. Cardello wanted to ask a question.
Yeah,
Okay, go
forgive
ahead.
me, just one procedural question. Does this mean we're coming back to the planning board or we're moving down to ZBA and ultimately ARB?
No, you got to come back because we didn't approve it. We didn't pass a resolution of approval.
You'll go to the ZBA and then come back to the planning board next month, having addressed all these questions.
Yep. Okay. That makes sense.
If you get to the ZBA by Monday, as the deadline for the submission, then you'll be back here before you need to get to the ARB. Your schedule will work. If you miss the ZBA on Monday, you're messing up the whole schedule.
I understand. And there's no way to stipulate an approval on showing some boulder lines on the plans?
We're not prepared today to send you.
Okay.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was 39, number 11 coming up. 2 Clifton Place, 2021-26.
Somebody's trying to get in there, Caesar.
No, they're in now.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. My name is Nilton. I'm from Peter Gator and Associates. We were hired by the property owners to legalize the existing wood deck.
Could you be more specific as to the property owner?
Yes, I believe the property owners are actually at the meeting as well. Their names are Martin Dolan and Charles Courage. And can I share my screen with you?
What's that? I'm sorry. Dolan and who?
And Charles Courage.
The property owner is Charles Carrez. I'm helping Charles.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and I'm here. It's Charles Carrez. I'm the owner, as per the agreement that was struck when I purchased the property because of the legacy issues with permitting. Mr. Dolan was nice enough to obviously join and help and be helpful. Just given I don't have a lot of this context, so just want to frame that appropriately for everybody. Okay.
Before we move forward, which I have a problem with moving forward tonight, there was an improper notice. One of the neighbors was not noticed. Last meeting, we asked for the deck to be removed with a remediation plan to remove the deck. And actually, because the application and several documents that we have regarding the application, the old owner is signature is on it, and they need to be the new owner to have the signature on our application documents. So I'm not prepared to hear this tonight until the proper notice. And we already said we want the deck removed. We already said we want the deck removed. The coverage is beyond what we would approve. And that's it.
And Caesar, and you also wanted, I thought you also wanted a planting restoration plan for once the deck is removed.
Right, but I had mentioned a remediation plan once the deck is removed, with how the deck is going to be removed and how the trees are going to be protected during that removal, and a planting plan. There are other things.
So if we're not going to,
there are other things involved. The fence is too high. That was a violation issued for the fence. I don't know. All these things have to be, you have to explain what you're going to do with the fence. Other than the fact that it's what it is.
so we can discuss it tonight, or we can discuss it once we've given proper notice. It's really up to you.
We're not discussing it tonight because you didn't
Okay,
give
so
proper
then-
notice. And you really need to come back with the excessive coverage removed.
So one question on the excessive coverage, just so that the group here understands. The house was built originally on 20 acres and it's now on 5 acres. And if we were to make it fit into the existing coverage ratios, we'd have to destroy 15% of the house. So we're far over all the ratios, no matter what we do.
You
Yeah,
only
but
have
he's
to
just
you only have to take
referring
the
to the
deck down.
deck. He's just
Okay,
said, take away the deck. Everybody recognizes there's gonna be excess
Right.
coverage on that lot.
Marianne, thanks for that. So what we've said is that there's a large part of the deck, which is a temporary deck, which we're gonna take out. But the other part we need, because we need to screen the parking, we need to screen the tennis courts where they have 15,000 people coming and going every year. And we need to screen the municipal dump, which is on Hudson Road outside our house. So there's part of it that we think there's a very good case to keep, and there's part of it that we're more than willing to take out. So
I'm not aware of any municipal dump, and no one has ever explained what the deck is for. And if it's temporary, it can be removed because you
Right.
said it's temporary, so take it out.
There's a piece of it that's temporary, and there's a piece of it that we'd like to stay because it screens. There's two issues with the property that are worth considering. One is there's what you call an interim municipal dump at the end of our driveway, and that's where the village piles their leaves, they pile the trees, they pile whatever. There is also a very excessive parking right outside of our house, which is used by the tennis courts. We're using, municipal parking spots for the benefit of what's a private club.
I'm not sure what all that has to do with the use of the deck that we won't allow.
Because what the temporary part of the deck can and should come out. We understand that there's a little bit of the deck that's connected to the fence helps with the curvature of the hill there. So we're happy to have a logical discussion with your group about it.
We'll have to have that discussion next time because we're not proceeding tonight.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, perhaps Caesar, perhaps for next time, Mr. Dolan can present what
Well, he's not the owner.
I'm assisting the owner.
He's assisting the owner. I'm just, it's, the presentation can be made as to what it is, what part of the deck you want to retain and why.
Right.
Exactly. That's what we should do once we are ready to host. We appreciate that it's late at night, but we should be given a chance to present the logic of it.
Well, when you properly notice and you have the proper signatures on the application, you will be welcome to make that argument.
Thanks a lot, Caesar.
And while you're looking at it, you'll have to, there's a couple of other things. You have to make sure your lights are dark sky compliant and the lights on the ground, there's several things that you have to look at. So the fence is oversized.
We've
Okay,
expressed
so-
that we will bring the fence into compliance once we're told what it should be, where we're gonna walk
6'6".
along and.
Okay.
Right, we understand that, and there are no lights there, so, we're farther along than you may think. And what I want to try to do for the new owner is give him a compliant house, as is the right thing to do. So, it'd be helpful. if
Well,
we-
some of these violations for the structures are over 2 years old, so.
Okay, well, we're determined to try to fix them. That's what we're here for.
Well, we'll see you next month to see if you can fix them. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
That was number 11, number 12, 84 Fargo Lane, 2021-40.
Good evening again. This is Douglas McClure for Matthew McCarthy at 84 Fargo Lane. I guess I'll try. Hopefully I can be successful this time pulling up the drawings. There we go. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
All right, so this is an existing house that has a long history in the village, but essentially this area right here is an addition that was built at some point in time. And then in this area right here, this is at the basement level, there is a room that's sort of the only way to get to it is to walk out this door and go in this way. And the client's elderly parents often stay there. And in the winter, you can imagine that's a little bit hairy. So what they would like to do is, I'll get rid of all that. Let me go to the plan actually. They would like to extend the room out in this area and connect it to the existing, I don't know what you call it. It's sort of like a breezeway, but it's covered and enclosed. So that's the goal of the project. At the same time, they were hoping to expand the existing deck out a little farther so that it's more usable for a grill and some seating area on the entry floor. So that's the overall intent of the project. We received Doug's comments, and much to our surprise, this patio apparently there's no record of it. So we need some time to look into that. I know that in '89, I think it was, no, and let me just check. I just called this up here. In 2004, this part of the structure, which was from the description of the planning board notes, this part of the structure was an existing sort of shed that was attached, and they turned it into the garage. And there was some discussion about a driveway on the southeast that was taken away. I could only see the meeting notes for that. And then we do have some historical documents that we dug up today that said in the 88 and 89, the Finns, who originally owned the property, made various alterations and built the 2-story addition to the house, which included a new bathroom and a deck, which I assume is this 2-story deck right here. So we need to go back and try and figure out what was actually approved for them and try and understand where this patio is, because understandably that's a lot more cover. The client's assumption was that was legal patio, so we didn't think we were adding that much coverage. But if we have to approve that whole patio, it's understandably a good amount of coverage. So
You're gonna have to do a neighborhood comparison because it is a good amount of coverage.
Of course.
A table.
Yeah, I've done those before. That shouldn't be a problem.
The height,
As I said, I wasn't expecting it to be. I wasn't expecting the coverage to be the issue, because in my mind the coverage was the same. We weren't changing it, but we'll have to go from there. We'll have to research that and put together the documents for that.
you incorrectly calculated the height. It's got to be from the downhill side, not from the. You can talk to Ed about that.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by that, but I'll work that out with Ed.
You got to address view preservation.
So this doesn't change the preservation at all.
You
And
just
the
have to
photos-
demonstrate that.
Yeah, I had hoped that that's fine. I can demonstrate that.
And you got to show the trees within 10 foot of the construction with tree protection.
I've already emailed I've already reached out to the surveyor. We're going to get the trees put on the survey.
And show tree protection for anything within 10 feet of the
Yes,
construction.
of course. Yes. Yeah, I could. All of Doug's comments are I fully prepared to address. I can go through those very easily.
Okay, so the coverage is going to be an issue. Put the table.
Exactly. Exactly. I'll put the table together. I'm going to talk to my client about other options for that. And we're also going to try and see what we can find out about this patio. Because it looks like it's been there a while. So it looks like it's been there since at least 2004. And if this came in front of the board then, I'm surprised it
It's on
wasn't
file,
addressed then.
Doug. The survey is on
Sorry?
file for both. The survey is on file for both projects. Don't show it.
I understand that, but I'm not doubting that. I'm just trying to figure out where it came from.
Well, if they're not taken out, we just have to legalize them. I mean, you can shout it.
The other question I am curious about is there's obviously some kind of water retention system, because all the gutters go into the ground and go somewhere, but I guess there's no documentation of what they put in.
I mean, I go through the planning board files as well, but you're welcome to go through them at the counter.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'd come up next week and
make
go
one
through
with
them and
Sarah.
see what I could find. Okay.
You got to look at the way you calculated the height.
Yes.
Because
it complies, but it's just not. You got to take it from the lowest point of the periphery, unless you're proving that you have an average grade in the building envelope.
Okay.
So just take it from the lowest point, not the front. You took it from the front. Take it from the furthest part of the deck.
Okay, that's fine.
Actually, what happened, even though you're not changing the height of the house, the measurement of the height changes as you bump out downhill. Because you.
Yeah, except it's flat there.
Well,
Okay.
there was a profile that showed it as a hill, so,
Okay,
okay.
very good.
Any comment from the board, Mike,
No comments.
Dan,
No comment.
Lori?
How long has the current owner been in that house?
I'll have to ask them. I think it's been like 6 or 7 years. The previous owner has moved to Australia. So, and I don't think they did any work on the house.
The patio looks old.
It does. That's what.
I thought.
It's just if there's no documentation of it, I don't know how we'll just have to figure that out.
Okay, Laura, you got anything else on that?
No, that was it.
Kevin?
Oh, thank you, Caesar.
I have nothing further. Sarah, anything on the public?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay, Doug, we'll see you next time.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay. Number 13, 59 Havemeyer Road. Number 13, I think I said 15, 2021-39.
Good evening, everyone. For the record, Leo Napier. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Horfins, Kraut and Pearlstein on behalf of the applicant. And
First of all, thank you for waiting for the to be last.
feels like I'm number 25, not 15.
Lucky.
I'm not sure if Mark Rolfs is still on the meeting or if he dropped out, but he was the project architect. But I can, if he's not around,
Mark
He-
Rolfs is
He
on.
just raised his hand.
okay.
Yeah.
So he'll be brought in.
All right, so I can, in the meantime, I can share my screen here. Okay, so project's located at 59 Havemeyer Road. It's kind of at the end of the cul-de-sac, 3-acre parcel. It's fairly large. And the project itself is really rather modest. There is a whole lot of pea gravel around the perimeter of this house. And let me know, did my screen switch to a photo?
No.
You're still seeing the plan?
Yeah.
Okay, just briefly, I'm gonna show, so now you can see the photo?
Yep.
So this pea gravel kind of wraps the perimeter of the house on all sides, with an exception in the rear a little bit. But that is, from a conversation I had with Ed almost 18 months ago at this point, I understand that all the pea gravel counts as coverage, and therefore we have it labeled as coverage. It's pervious in nature, I suppose, but we're counting it as coverage on our site. On the northerly side of the house, we're essentially proposing to have an upper deck / patio and then a lower patio in place of where the pea gravel kind of largely consists now. So there would be a total delta in coverage of 200 square feet.
Delta increase or reduction?
Increase, and I'll shift down. So you can see on this coverage plan here, the pea gravel is kind of this solid line that wraps the perimeter. There's certain areas of the pea gravel that we're pulling out. And then the areas of the patio and walkways and whatnot that would encroach beyond the existing perimeter of the pea gravel are shown kind of in a darker shade of gray here and here. So those amount to approximately 205 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
Then in addition, the applicant is increasing the floor area technically, but not actually doing anything other than raising ceiling heights in certain areas and intruding into existing attic space. So in those areas where the ceilings would be elevated above 12 feet, that then triggers under the village code for the FAR to be counted twice. However, in reality, that's just going into existing attic space. And so there would be no exterior change, no actual serviceable change in floor area. Essentially, the attic space would just be eliminated and there'd be the crawl space left behind. We did get both Han's comments as well as Ms. Nolan's. We'll get back to the board with responses to those comments. I think there was just one that we had a question on, which was the comment number 2 on the Han memo, was concerning scale information about the proposed residence, potential elevations, etc. While we're technically increasing the FAR of the building, as I just explained, we're not actually increasing the cubic volume of it at all. So I'm not sure that comment read to me almost like a sizing exercise, but there will be no perceptible change from the exterior of this building. So I just wasn't sure if that was necessary or if that was intended to address something else in the project.
Ed, is there any FAR concerns here?
That was really for coverage.
That was for coverage. It's okay on FAR, but they also need that information to see how the coverage compares to the coverage in the area.
Similar to the application, I think 2 applications ago. I could send over an example of something that somebody's done before if you like.
It says the scale information may be required. That should be submitted.
Okay, and then we would just pull that info from GIS or something, Doug, as best we could.
Yeah. And then Ed, I think Town of Greenberg has cards that'll give you the house square footage, right, Ed?
Yeah, you go to, we can go offline on it, but you go to the Town of Greenberg's website and you use the heated square footage, you convert this project to heated square footage. And then you go to the aerial and try to just capture what patios and stoops and walks you can. No garage.
Understood.
Did they cover the undocumented structures, the pergola, the shed, and the AC pad?
That was mentioned.
The shed was picked up in our submission. Maybe that just didn't pop out, but the frame shed we did have, it was kind of as an inset in the coverage diagram. The concrete slab back here for the air conditioners was not picked up, so we will include that count. And if I could just stop my share again and share with you a different picture. I'm not sure whether the pergola actually needs to be counted. The surveyor labels it a pergola. It doesn't actually have a roof. It has a trellis. It's covered in wisteria and it's grass underneath.
Unfortunately, any combination of building materials is structure in Irvington.
Okay, so we'll show that as coverage as well.
I know that'll go into your neighborhood.
There's no documentation for that frame shed. We have no documentation for it. It shows on your survey, but we can't find a permit for it.
Okay. I can.
So legalize it as part of your project or remove it.
I move that picture back up.
Certainly.
All right, hold it there. Oh, you went too far. Blow it up the way it was.
You want the site plan?
Yeah. Right there.
Okay.
Move. Well, right at the top here, there's 2 trees that you commented on, 54-inch and 36-inch trees.
Yes, here and here.
They need protection and for the critical root zone mitigation. You're gonna be digging in the root zone, so you need to. She may have commented on it. That's what she means by when you dig into a root zone, you got to tell us that there's calculations on percentage of roots that you're removing, whether it's going to kill the tree or not. You need an arborist to evaluate those 2 trees, and there may be no impact, but we need to take a look at those. Those rather big trees that we wouldn't want to cause any demise of the trees because of this project.
Understood. And so we will either get an arborist or a landscape architect on board to handle the landscape components there.
Okay, thank you. You're finished with your presentation?
I'm happy to address any other questions or comments of the board. I guess just one procedural question, and looking forward, we are going to need variances for the coverage. I don't know if it would be premature for me to go to the zoning board. Just looking at the schedule, it looked like there's no ZBA meeting in December. So if we could make the
we don't send anything to the ZBA when we don't know what the coverage calculations are, because you have left out some of these things, and we have no table of comparison. So we're not settled on the coverage and the comparison or scale to the neighborhood. So not likely.
Fair enough.
Mike, you have anything?
Nothing further.
Dan,
I'm all set here, Caesar. Thank you.
Lori?
Yeah, does the pea gravel serve a purpose for drainage or something like that?
So I can touch briefly on that. There are no existing drainage improvements on site, nor are there roof leaders basically anywhere on the property. I think there's one leader in the rear, which discharges into this water feature in the back of the property. So I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that at some point in time, the prior owners basically laid down the pea gravel as some kind of a drainage measure to prevent water buildup against the edges of the property here. It's kind of a makeshift large French drain, so to speak, basically wrapping the perimeter of the building. It was that way when our client purchased it.
I was just wondering if taking away some pea gravel would make your coverage issues easier, but it sounds like that might not be a good idea.
Essentially, all the stormwater rolls off the roof now and hits the gravel areas. So I think that they're trying to avoid the mess that would be created of having lawn right up to the edges.
Yeah, okay.
Doug, are you happy with the drainage?
We have
He
some,
asks for more information.
yeah, we're looking for some more information. I'm just trying to see.
All right, as long as it's documented, you need more, and he knows it.
Yeah.
All right, I think, Kevin, you got anything?
Nothing to add.
Sarah, anything from the public?
There are
Well-
no comments in the chat and nobody's raising their hand to speak.
Do you have any more questions for us?
No, I can connect with Doug and with Ed offline to try to make sure that I'm getting satisfactory responses to everybody.
Okay, and you know what a neighborhood coverage table looks like. Okay,
I just sent it over to you, an example of something that was submitted
Okay.
previously, so.
all right, I think we're done. Thank you very much for staying up so late like we are. Actually, we're finishing earlier this time. Last time we were almost midnight, so we're 45 minutes ahead of the game. Thank you very much.
You moved a lot of things off your agenda tonight, so hopefully next month is even quicker.
Yes.
Have a nice Thanksgiving, and we'll see you in December.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're all done. Anybody have any questions? Going once? Twice? Okay,
No, I think he's right. We definitely had a lot of resolutions. That was good.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
good night, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving.
and Mike,
To you.
Yeah.
Mike, did you jump in here? Mike Bafuco?
He was, I
He
did see
was
him.
there, but I think he's off.
I was gonna
just
ask him
left,
how
okay.
his, he had a sick child, and I was wondering, he was going to the doctor. Okay.
All right,
Very
good
good.
night.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.